Estamos en vivo. Y no crean, no soy el tío Salo del futuro, no soy el tío Salo envejecido, no soy el tío Salo gordo que viene a suplir al otro. Soy el mismo de siempre, simplemente estas son las consecuencias de esos días entre Navidad y Año Nuevo, donde me carga el nepe. No hay nada que hacer, nadie está trabajando, estás simplemente sentado en tu casa preguntándote, ¿a qué hora abre el bar de Mezcal Alerón en la casa? Y la neta, el bar de Mezcal Alerón en la casa abre cuando quieras. Es un problema. Yo sé, mi mujer mínimo está aquí para poder controlarme. Y ya quiero que se acabe esto, por cierto. Estoy muriéndome. Espero que todos ustedes estén muy bien. Este es el último casino del año del tío Salo. ¿Cómo de que no? Ahorita les voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan también. Y hay mucho de qué platicar, honestamente, pero también quiero hacer, nadie me preguntó, debería hacer eso en vez de simplemente ponerme a huevonear todo el día, honestamente. Tengo uno buenísimo donde platicamos quiero platicar con ustedes de Bitcoin Tether, cómo está funcionando esa dinámica y el futuro del sistema global monetario, básicamente, porque creo que aquí hay una jugada bastante fácil para todos nosotros. También quiero platicar con ustedes después de cuáles van a ser las buenas apuestas fáciles para el futuro en cuanto a inversión a largo plazo se refiere, porque ayer justo estaba platicando con un amigo en un restaurante y me estaba preguntando que qué tan difícil de verdad es hacer dinero ahora, porque en qué startup debería de empezar a invertir de AI. Entonces, yo creo que, lo hemos platicado mil veces, y de verdad ven esto religiosamente, entienden perfectamente dónde estoy parado en eso. Simplemente muchas cosas muy interesantes pasando al mismo tiempo. También estamos viendo Bitcoin, y buen ajuste en 92,500. Déjenme, ¿saben qué? Qué pena me doy, honestamente. Debería de tener mis tablas abiertas acá. Digo, llegué rayando, señores. Llegué rayando hoy en la mañana después de... También ayer me reventé unos honguillos. Fue domingo, hubo fútbol, ¿ok? Tranquilos, tranquilos. Buenos días a todos. Luigi, ya te vi. Abu, buenos días. David, ya te vi. Jenny también, muy buenos días. Ahora le damos, dejen que lleguen estos maestros. Estoy viendo Bitcoin 92,400. Impresionante, ¿no? Déjenme comparto pantalla rápido con ustedes en lo que estamos platicando, que lleguen Alex y Farhan a esto. Está compartida mi pantalla. No mamen, o sea, buen ajuste, ¿no? En la diaria esta estructura está a punto de ser comprometida por acá. Vamos a ver cómo se ve la semanal simplemente de lejos. Uf, la semanal es más acá por abajo, en los 89, donde se vería algo comprometida. No sé qué tanto me preocuparía, pero les voy a enseñar a mí lo que me tiene más duro que el cemento, y eso es la vela de 6 meses y la anual cierran en 1 día y 10 horas. Por cierto, estamos viendo Bitcoin. Déjame enseñar las tablas limpias. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en la de 6 meses, ¿no? Y pueden ver lo claramente alcista que es. Pero ¿han visto Solana en la de 6 meses? Esto es el gráfico de Solana en la de 6 meses. ¿A alguien le pinta esto igual de alcista que Bitcoin? Esto es Solana Bitcoin, discúlpenme. Esto es Solana. Vean. No, está peleándose. Está peleándose. Y también creo que la de 3 meses en la de Solana es la que me impactó. Me veo rápido. Sí. Vean, o sea, tuvimos nuestro cierre más alto en 169 en el último ciclo y en este fue 202. No estuvo tan exageradamente alto. Y ahora estamos básicamente en esta zona. Bastante interesante si empiezas a ver las cosas a largo plazista, honestamente, en esto. Pero muy interesante para mí Bitcoin, porque definitivamente trae fuerza, está muy por encima de antes. Y aquí es donde empieza a jugar la dilución, ¿no? Donde Solana hace 8% del float que existe de su moneda al año. Y el problema que estás viendo acá es justamente lo que vemos en el sistema fiat, la inflación, básicamente de Solana, porque market cap Solana, vamos a poner el market cap de Solana para que la gente lo pueda ver. Ahí está. El market cap de Solana sí llegó, o sea, a un nivel ridículo, 125, cuando no había cruzado el 81. Fue una buena ganancia en el market cap. Estás hablando de 54% de crecimiento. Eso quiere decir que debimos de haber crecido el doble del último ciclo y lo hicimos, simplemente fue la dilución en Solana lo que nos llevó a estos números. Y para mí, lo que a mí más me lleva el chorizo es esto. El gráfico, literalmente, es el mensual. ¿Cuál era el durísimo? El mensual. Ah, no, pero eso era en el dólar. Vean esto. Los voy a llevar al mensual. Bueno, para empezar, el mensual acá es la primera vez que estamos sobre el S&P 200. Desde acá, y la gente se pregunta, ¿cuándo es eso? 1989. Nadie cree que algo acá está pasando, algo cambió justamente en este momento. Y acuérdense, esto es del 2022, definitivamente hay una nueva realidad. Vean el de 30 años. No sé por qué tengo tantas líneas en el de 30 años, pero ahí están. También por encima de todos los promedios, cruce plateado, trae todo, 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 todo. Pero vean al dólar. Hijo de su puta madre. Y si vamos, por cierto, nos llevamos estos máximos acá en los 114, ¿qué es lo que tiene pinta, no? O sea, si esto fuera Bitcoin y vieras a Bitcoin consolidar aquí arriba, ¿qué fue lo que pasó después? Un putazo a la alza. Si nos llevamos esto, literalmente nuestros siguientes objetivos son el 120. ¿Dónde está el 120? En el 2001, cabrones. El dólar no había estado así de fuerte desde el 2001. Y esto es algo que a mí me ha impresionado bastante, que haya retomado todos esos niveles, esté muy por encima de todo y con fuerza, pero fuerza, fuerza, fuerza. El cabrón. Voy a ver si están acá estos güeyes. Ok, Alex Farhan, welcome, boys. Got me here talking.
Morning, fellas. How's your weekend?
Showing people charts that have no value whatsoever. Good. How about you?
Oh, pretty decent. I actually ended up going out because in Mexico, after a certain time on Sunday, they don't sell any alcohol. So I was like, I found this one bar around the house, which was like a gay bar. I didn't know that at first. Oh, wow. So I ended up going there, and I get to the door, and they're like LGBTQ friendly. Hey, alcohol is alcohol.
Let me ask you something. How did you pay in species or in kind any of the alcohol?
I paid in pesos, sir.
Oh,
no
okay.
Didi. No Didi.
I'm just making sure. We don't get started in any Didi-like rumors up in here in Elite Trading Academy. We don't do that shit here. We don't do that.
Not at all. Not at all.
No Didi, boys.
They're like, you can give me 150 pesos for this shot, or you can go behind the back.
Oh. All righty. Let's get started with this. Anything you guys are noticing on the market? Anything worth mentioning?
Kind of looks to me like Bitcoin's gonna hit 85s.
So just that, nothing else you guys are looking at, just pure down. Like straight up Bitcoin. Yeah, it looks downish.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, we have a big basically monthly closure incoming. I believe
6 month, yearly.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Quarterly.
Yeah, so ready to get that behind me. Ready to start the new year, get these new candles, find some new setups, because, you know, Bitcoin is pretty choppy right now, and it is still holding my criteria, but it is looking pretty grim. So we'll obviously go into it more, but yeah, we'll just have to see, I guess. The monthly's not looking best, though.
We're going to start with something very simple, something that my boy Luigi. Now that I believe Brian's on vacation, that motherfucker, like he just left us. He went on vacation. Luigi's doing his work, God's work. So let's see Bitcoin, and then we're going to see XRP.
Luigi is signing on from prison in New York.
No, he's not. Get it?
All right. Which one's first again?
Bitcoin.
All right.
So you both can do the corn dog while I do some necessary exercise, work out a little bit.
Let me see.
Let me just say something in español real quick. René, eso del cambio del sistema del dinero fiat a digital está ocurriendo ya. Es como la de la desaparición del dinero fiat. Estamos haciendo lo mismo y es muy interesante porque cuando pasa poco a poco no nos damos cuenta. All right, who wants to do it first? I got both screens here. Now I got Alex's. So there you go, Far. Screw you, buddy.
Nice.
Let's get it.
We're going to start off with Tether dominance first. I think it's important. We're going to go to the daily first. And something to note here is the daily is resetting volatility. So we're going to really, for my idea, which I'm going to give out now, to play out, we really don't want this to start expanding. if this starts expanding, this is going to start really looking like basically the move. Yes, we don't have zero volatility, but easily could come. And then, upon expansion here, I mean, that led to a pretty brutal drop on the daily, taking us essentially from that 5.2% all the way down, to 3.95%, a pretty massive drop on that daily volatility setup. And so that's kind of what we have now. We're really ideally going to want to see this contract more, break under 15%, and potentially start basing down here, if not creeping to that actual 0%. Because the daily to me on Tether dominance still looks like it wants to go up. And this is a scenario we've been talking about. I don't see why we wouldn't end up going and filling some of this wick, going up, actually testing that daily EMA 100, while also approaching that 4.69%, a pretty massive level on Tether dominance overall. We just see here on Tether dominance, anytime we hold that 4.69%, it usually leads to big breakouts. We saw that here in the beginning of June. We reclaimed it, back tested it, as you can see here, before going all the way up. And then even here, we found the rejection, came all the way back down, held as support, and then came even higher, actually basing. That was in July. But then we even know here, once we lose this zone, this 4.69%, usually leads to pretty aggressive drops down. And then we can even see here this resistance rejection here before going all the way back down to that 4% psychological number. So why is this important now? Well, we're most likely going to test this 4.58 to 4.69%. I don't see why we wouldn't at this point. Let me just delete this box here. The reaction around this level is going to be extremely important, in my opinion. Why? Because not only do we have that 4.69%, but we also have that daily EMA 100. We know the reaction last time Tether dominance reclaimed that daily EMA 100, and I'll represent it here. I'll take everything else off. That way we just have a clear view of kind of, you can see here, it was holding us under price. Quick deviation of it, fell down, rejected it. Wasn't until we reclaimed it, got 3 closures above before we got the expansion. It's going to be really important because that's daily EMA 100 on Tether dominance really does dictate bigger moves overall. Even here on this reclaim, we got, a quick little pop up straight to that 5.2% when we were down, 4.8%. So big moves and springs like to occur here. The question is, do we hold it, right? Because what bulls don't want is something like this, where we just get these quick reclaims, unable to hold it, quick deviation, and that usually leads to some kind of trap before we go lower. And even here, you can see unable to really sustain a rally from that point before falling down and hitting our next support zone. It wasn't until we held it here, and even here, and held it for multiple closures before we started to actually get that expansion up. And on this daily, it doesn't seem like a big move, but I mean, from that point, this led to a 24% from reclaim. And even here, when we were watching it in August, this did lead to a 38% move upon reclaim. So, we're going to be dealing and seeing a really big spot tapped on Tether dominance. It's going to be really important for essentially Tether bears here to reject us soon. That then could play into my idea, where I do believe Bitcoin is approaching at least a bounce zone, if not potentially a bigger local bottom spot. So that's Tether dominant on the daily. If we go here and go to the weekly, we also see that the EMA 21 on the weekly is right around where that 4.69%. And we talked about this scenario where that weekly EMA 9 probably ends up holding us down into that last week, which it did. And then so for this week, what we would want or expect is us to probably take all this liquidity up here, wick up, hit that EMA 21 actually, because you can see we just ever so front ran it. And even on the daily here, we ever so front ran that EMA 100 retest. So actually what we'd want to see is a quick take all the liquidity out, tap that 4.68%, which is close to that weekly median, which we are currently under. You can see here on Tether, if it wants to not glitch out, there we go. You can just see exactly where we're at in the chart. The 382 is right at that psychological point at 4%. Makes sense that that's right there now because that's going to be a crucial spot. Just like how that 4.69% is a crucial spot, that psychological 4% isn't even, it's a pretty big spot as well. And it makes sense. It's right where that 4% is. So we call those psychological points when it's nice round numbers. But also we see here that 4% was kind of the last big area we bottomed before going, all the way back up to those highs that we know right around that 6%. So it's going to be really important here for bulls. If you are bearish on Bitcoin and you are holding a short, I know Farn gave a perfect short just the other day ago to actually hold this 4%. And so for me, though, I'm still going to be on the camp that this area is going to be resistance. We still are under that weekly median. We are getting a daily volatility setup. Now, the idea would be we contract, we go up, because remember, volatility was expanding when we were going down. And so ideally now what we're doing is resetting volatility while it goes up. We just ideally want to get this 4.69% actually tapped before even talking about potentially a local bottom. Because as long as the posturing on tether dominance looks like this, which even if we took the 55 off, you could just see the bullish consolidation on the daily, which is essentially once we're above all my major moving averages, which is the 21, the 9, and the 34, once we get that consolidation above it, generally gives us that long trigger to that EMA 100. So simply put, you would want to see some kind of pop up to there, but then we'd want to see some bigger rejection. And that'll just play into ideally that daily rejecting the EMA 100, the weekly rejecting the median, while also hitting that EMA 21 and rejecting, which is a pretty strong area of resistance we see here on the weekly. Once we lose the 9, that 21 generally does act as resistance. But then even so, I think we had a monthly too. And if I like viewing the 9 on the monthly chart, but for this example here, we can view the 5 because I do think it plays in nicely to just kind of the zone in the area we're talking about. And if I take the rainbow chart off here, we can see just exactly where we're at on the monthly. We see here the monthly still contracting and very close to giving us volatility setup on the monthly. Why that's important is because we really haven't had many volatility setups on tether dominance via the monthly. We see here that we were talking about this October setup. This essentially led us all the way down. Pretty massive move overall. And this was even before we hit 0%. You can see we've never actually had a 0 read on BBWP on tether dominance monthly. So depending on where this goes, if at all breaks back under 15%, you're really going to want to gauge and see, okay, well, do we break lower than September low, or do we kind of base around there and get some kind of bounce? Once we break under 15% and break back up, that's our confirmation that this setup is firing off. And we kind of got that here. This actually on the monthly, even without 0 volatility from expansion here, essentially led to a 43% drop. So we are dealing with some big setups here on crypto. I know it seems boring, seems like we're only going down, but things are brewing and kind of churning to potentially give us bigger setups. Why I'm bringing the monthly up mainly, though, is because if you guys remember that 4.69%, we have the weekly median, the EMA 21, the daily EMA 100. You're also going to see here we have that EMA 5 on the monthly. Now, that EMA 5 is going to be important because it comes right around where that 4.69% is. And we can see here, simply put, when we are in very bullish environments, tether dominance likes to hold that EMA 5. Reclaim it, and then essentially get springs from that point. The EMA 5 is that pink line here. You can just see we essentially, once we broke out, back tested it, this is where we like to get bigger bounces. So, and bringing that up, if you are bullish and you have a bias that crypto is going to go down, and maybe you do believe we're going to go to that 85,000, then you're generally going to want this area here to get reclaimed. If we start reclaiming this, especially let's say on a daily, that could be kind of your trigger here, right? If the daily starts reclaiming that 4.69% while basing off that daily EMA 100, what that's going to really start looking like is it's going to bleed into the weekly, right? The weekly then will have a shot of reclaiming that weekly 9, while then also potentially reclaiming the EMA 21, an area here on the weekly we do like to reject. At that point, I mean, even viewing the daily here, Let's see what we're working on. So the SMA 200 here, let's throw the 5 off. On the daily, you can just very clearly see if we end up reclaiming that 4.69%, which will be a EMA 100 reclaim essentially on the daily. Let me just make sure I didn't delete anything. Let me go here, delete that. You can simply see that our next target will be that 5.1%, if not all the way at 5.25%. And going to the daily median here too, I mean the daily HPDR, my apologies, you can see we're very close to a breakout on Tether dominance, while volatility is now falling under 15%. So what we can gather from this is you're essentially going to want to see a quick pump up to a harsh rejection, similar to what we saw here, quick pump up, but then quick rejection down. Unfortunately, this really didn't sustain any move down, other than potentially forming some kind of higher low after a higher high. That's why it's going to be really key for Tether bears here to actually break us down, reject around here, and then you'll understand that this breakdown potentially is happening once we actually start losing that 4.09%. Because what bulls are going to be looking for is that December 25th low, right around this zone, as being the next higher low, higher high, higher low, and now we're just trekking on to potentially break this high. We break this high that was formed on December 20th now, the high, then what's going to be really looking like is that this is a breakout. We're losing the 382 to the upside, and it's really going to give bulls the momentum they need to actually reclaim that EMA 100 on the daily, which is a big level. You know, what we don't want is us to come up and actually start basing from this point. Maybe comes down, hit the EMA 100, comes back up, because then that's going to give us the consolidation you essentially would need to actually break back above to 5%. So Tether dominance is in a very precarious spot. Overall, I still am pretty bearish on it. And I essentially just kind of want to see the rejection around that 4.69%. I do believe that's going to be really important for overall bulls and for Bitcoin bulls. And we would generally then want to see Tether bears really start kind of taking the reign here and pushing us down before we start seeing that daily volatility actually fire off. Because then really if this starts firing off while we're breaking out, losing the 382, reclaiming the EMA 100, the weekly median's getting reclaimed, then yeah, it's really going to start looking like Tether dominance really does want to go back up to that 5%, if not, like I said, closer to that 5.2%, which is right around the meme line, but also right around that daily SMA 200, which would be the next target for me if we end up reclaiming that EMA 100. So that's Tether dominance. It to me is still looking like it wants to go up. The question we all should just be asking ourselves is, you know, how much of a sustained rally is this going to be on Tether dominance? Are we going to quickly reject, and or is this daily volatility setup going to keep basing and potentially going down, contracting, while we potentially can get some kind of rejection around here, forcing, you know, bulls hand on Tether dominance, causing bears here to get control, leading to BBWP expanding. On the flip side, though, if we end up really reclaiming that 4.69%, especially on a daily closure, and holding that, it's going to really start looking like we're in the midst of a breakout on Tether dominance, which will then tie into essentially Bitcoin most likely hitting that $80,000 level.
Quick question with this, Alex. And Alex and Farhan, I don't know if you guys would know this on the top of your head. And if not, I'll obviously look it up because we can all just do this. Is there any sort of relationship between the DXY and Tether dominance, or not really?
Not
Not like that implicit. Got it.
There's been a lot of times where Tether dominance is going down while DXY is going up.
Got it. Okay.
And I used to watch DXY more than Tether dominance, but you then just start realizing, you know, in those periods where DXY is going up nicely while Bitcoin's still going up, it really doesn't give you that much of an edge unless, you know, we get the balance back in the markets, which is the inverse correlation. So I do like using Tether dominance over DXY.
Oh, yeah. No. DXY, it's mostly, I'm just trying to find the relation because it's just so bullish. It's just crazy. Yeah. But I was wondering if there was like a, you know, every time the DXY goes nuts, Tether dominance goes nuts. So I guess if there's not such a relation, then just forget about it. No, and by the way, of course, never look at DXY just to see if it's a good opportunity to buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, we also have quad witching with the 4 major options expirations.
Yeah, and we did forget to mention that. So that's just when I believe we get, and Tori, you can correct me, you just get a bunch of like different time, because we know we're getting a monthly, the 6 month, the quarterly. So all those contracts, I believe, in options are expiring. Is that correct, Farn?
Yeah, there's like stock indexes, stock options, index options, and singular stock options that expire on, I believe, the last trading day of every single 3 months,
Yeah.
every quarter.
And so that's just, money's moving. People are closing big contracts. Generally speaking, that's when you get the chop, or at least just fuckery in the markets. So for me, this is my best case scenario I can give right now. I really just want to see us actually pump up, maybe go a little higher, but then I want to see a harsh rejection back down to that 4%. That 4% is going to be really key for us. Do we grind out a bottom here, start consolidating before going up? What that'll really start looking like then is a higher low on the weekly, right? Because we break this high, we push up. What bulls are really going to want to be gauging here around that 4% is this a higher low? If not, and we start breaking back under that 4% and actually testing back below these lows around that 3.78%, it's really going to start looking like we're in the midst of a breakdown. But as you guys can see, we're still far from this scenario. This is still just a hopium scenario. And still, as of now, bulls are in control on tether dominance. We just ideally want bears to start really stepping in around here, just because we know this 4.69% is a very massive level. And so for me, I don't want to get too bearish yet. It's brewing, and I will start shorting soon, potentially once I get the setup. But what I don't want to do is start shorting here, wanting to hit 70,000, 73,000, 80,000. That's what I'm seeing on crypto Twitter now. Head and shoulders on Bitcoin, giving us an 80K target. Everyone seems on the camp that we're going 80K. I would hate to start positioning max short, especially if you didn't take foreign short at the extremity high right there, right where that last daily higher lower high was, for us just to kind of go up, hit this EMA 100, reject harshly, and that can act as almost like a trap. Now let's go to Bitcoin here. Let me see. I think my dogs are barking. 1 second. Let me text someone 1 second. My apologies.
They're just very eager to meet Vinny.
Oh, Vinny the pit bull. We don't know if fucking Vinny is chill with other dogs or not. Like right now, he's starting to come into his own, and then you're starting to see like different things that come out of him, just little by little. I hope that he's a motherfucking friendly, cool pup, but we'll see.
I think so. Seems like a chill dude.
Seems like it.
Perfect. So now let's go to Bitcoin. That's kind of my idea on tether dominance, though. I just still want to see a pump up, quick rejection around that 4.69%. And ideally, right, when viewing the daily on Bitcoin, really is not looking the best. What we have here now is the 9 crossing under the 21. We can see we're not fully silver crossed to the downside, but it is brewing. And if we start really breaking down here, going to that, 86, 87K, you're really going to risk that actually silver crossing to the downside. But on the flip side, we do see we are approaching somewhat of support. This support was solidified here on the low of November 26th, but also on that liquidity grab here on December 5th. So ideally, what we want to see is that low 91 to 90,800 actually hold. What that'll do for us is actually retest that EMA 9 on the weekly. And ideally, what we'll get is 1 week, 2 week, 3 weeks down. We then go all the way down, hit the EMA 9 on the weekly, while then tether dominance is going, right around that resistance level. Ideally, then we get some kind of reaction here. For me to actually go bearish, if we start first losing the low that was formed on December 2nd, which is that weekly low right at 90,500, and also getting weekly closures back under that 9. We start doing that, then yeah, I'll be very bearish on Bitcoin, and I'll be actually more in the camp. We're going to go back and test that $74,000 to $73,000 level. That $73,000 to $74,000 level comes up quite a lot, but for us, I still want us just to focus on that monthly level, because yeah, this monthly candle is a major top candle. This is a major red flag for Bitcoin bulls. Their goal into next month is going to be to try to break this high to then invalidate this top candle. because this is closing in a day and 10 hours. And if this closes anywhere like this is really going to actually start looking like a local top, if not a macro top, based on this monthly shooting star here. And with shooting stars, what we know is generally then that wick high acts as the local top at least. And then what we'd want to see into next month is essentially that follow through down. And that follow through down, as you can see on this monthly, could take us to the 9. Like I said on Tether dominance, so I'll say it here. We could go and test the 5 first. But in my experience, I do like gauging the 9. Because what you can see here with this EMA 9 on the monthly is when we are in bull mode, it's a very simple criteria. When we are in bull mode and we are in bull markets, that monthly 9 likes to hold a lot more than the 5. The 5 can be a precursor, right? So we lose the 5. It can be a precursor here at this point that we're probably going to end up going to that 9. But at that point, it really, I mean, we're already down multi-thousands of dollars and we're really close to the 9. That's why, generally speaking, I do like for the monthly to use the just simply the 9, not the 5. But in saying the 5 and seeing it on the monthly, we can see that is sitting currently right around that $80,800 level, which on the daily here, if we go back to the daily and we throw the HBDR on, what you'll get around that $80,000 level is right where that daily EMA 100 is on Bitcoin now. Not Tether dominance, but on Bitcoin. And so that's going to be a pretty crucial spot, in my opinion, where I don't find it a coincidence first that daily EMA 100 is currently right around there, which is right around the 78.6% on the HBDR, essentially, which is right around where that monthly 5 is. So, and also what we see too is that monthly median, which is something to know. This is the Binance chart we see is pretty much in nice sequence with that EMA 5. Median's at 82,190. That EMA 5 on the monthly is at 80,800. So if we end up losing that daily EMA 100, which should be a bounce zone based on that median and that monthly 5, that'll be my confirmation at least that, yeah, we're most likely going to end up testing lower and probably go to that monthly 9. That's why for me, I like using just that monthly 9 in confluence with that EMA 100 on the daily. Because for me, I like sticking to the levels that have always held. And we can see as long as we're in bull mode, this blue line, which is that 9, has held every single time. And we've actually never, since the bull market began here in 2023, lost this monthly 9. And so for me, that would be the next target if, let's say, that daily EMA 100 or right, that EMA 5 on the monthly, or even the monthly median here starts really getting lost. Then it's going to really start looking like that $73,000 level is probably going to be likely, which I like that $73,000 level because if we go to CME here, we actually start looking at the gaps we can see here. Just like I said, I think last week, we'll probably end up gap filling, but then the trap here we'll probably go a little lower. Actually, where people think they're a genius and the EMA 100 here is right where the gap is, they're probably going to end up belonging here based on the gap. It'd make a lot more sense if in my worst case scenario here on Bitcoin for us to actually go down a little lower and actually match where that estimate 200 is, right around where that also wick high is. That was formed before the mega chop that we had all throughout, this zone here in 2024. So for me now, I mean, ideally what we're going to see on Bitcoin is some kind of reaction to that on that weekly 9. You're going to ideally want to see this hold. This is going to fall a little below that weekly median, which we're doing now, but we're going to want to see a spring actually form closer to that EMA 9. That then to me would give us 3 nice green candles on the weekly, right down to that weekly 9, which is a pretty strong zone. Like here, on this wick high, we came all the way down. This was a pretty big drop, 9%, quickly still held above the 9. Back tested all the way back down again, came down, held the weekly 9, actually closed above the median here. And then at that point, that was your trigger before going up, bigly. And so for me now, I ideally just want this zone to hold, not even on the weekly here, but we also see on the 2-week. We've been looking at the 5 a lot. So let's just throw that on real quick. And you can see here that 2-week EMA 5 as well is right around that 50%. Which is right around that zone that I'm talking about on the weekly. We go here to the 3-day now. The 3-day here you can see as well, slightly concerning losing that 382 in the midst of a breakdown, but this just plays into why I really need bulls to start stepping in here, because ideally, if we can start breaking down slightly, trapping bears, go all the way down, hit the EMA 21 on the 3-day, and then get a bigger bounce, this then acts as a spring, leading to us actually reclaiming 95,800, a pretty crucial zone for bulls to actually start reclaiming. Then this will all really start looking a lot more constructive. But on the flip side, remember, this is all just hopium. If we really do start losing that weekly 9, this whole idea is thrown out the window, and then it's really going to start looking like we are going to go at least down to the mid 80s, if not actually solidify that monthly 9 prophecy and go all the way down to 74%. Why that wouldn't be the most absurd thing is, all the way down back to $73,000, that wick high here, which needs to be flipped into supports eventually. That would actually be pretty on par to our at least bull market pullbacks that we've had in the past. Generally, Bitcoin likes to pull back around 25 to 30%. This still would be on par, right around that zone. Maybe we don't go to $74,000. Maybe we just end up going to where Farin mentions right around that $80,000 level. Still would be nicely on par with our corrections we see here. That 73,000 all the way down to that bottom. You can see again, it was just right on par, right around that 30 to 33% before bottoming and then going up, making a new high. That's why we don't want to get too blindsided on this move down. Yes, Bitcoin's looking quite bearish on the lower time frames, but on the higher time frames, to me, I'm still holding out hope that this low here on December 2nd is going to be that higher low we want to hold, right? If we start losing that 90,500 while losing the weekly 9, this then shifts the whole weekly into a downtrend. We then will be focused on shorting that weekly lower high, which most likely probably comes in right around that 95,000, if not $94,000 level. That's why for me, I'm not really being impatient on shorting or longing. I'm just personally kind of waiting. I'm letting the degens kind of get chopped out here. I'm just letting the trade play itself out. But for me now, in all honesty, I'm still waiting for this long scenario where we just end up kind of bouncing from here, and I can have my stop right around this zone. That to me seems highly probable, because if we end up wicking and losing that low, yeah, I'm really not going to want to hold along at that point, because it's really going to start looking like we're breaking down. And if we get that breakdown, especially with what we know with Tether dominance here, it's then going to start looking like it reclaimed that level I mentioned. But most importantly, it's going to really start looking like daily BBWPs expanding to the upside, which then would give us our bias of a lot higher, if not all the way back to that 5.2%. So that's Bitcoin for me. We're at a pretty crucial spot right now. Just like last week, bulls held it on the weekly. I'm not gonna not mention that, because we did hold above it, but we haven't tested it yet. And so that's when we're approaching a major level on the weekly, like we are, and we know that these lows here haven't really hit it yet. I'm all eyes watching here to at least see some kind of reaction, if not potentially a local bottom. And for me, for that to be confirmed, you need to get a bounce here. You need it to be sustained. And then most importantly, on the daily, you actually need to get back above, in my opinion, 95,000, like 800, 96,000. If we start doing that, then again, we'll be back into this range. The next target would be that 100K level, 99,300. We'd be back in the range, just to be a quick SFP. We'd overall keep the weekly trend while bouncing from that very important weekly 9, which I do see a lot on crypto Twitter not really talking about, which is perfectly fine. But in my experience, it is just still an area we shouldn't disregard, especially when we know where Tether dominance is actually approaching. So, that's what I see on Bitcoin now. It's going to be really telling to see, the reaction around this zone. Losing this zone means we lost that weekly median. We lost the most important support at right around 90,500. And yeah, we could see it at 382 is right around that 21, right around, that area that Farin mentions, which is around that mid 80K level, which would still be a pretty meaty drop from this point. We're talking still like a 9%, if not in my worst case scenario, another 19.6% drop. Still a very tradable move in both scenarios. Now let's view Bitcoin dominance here. Bitcoin dominance actually is looking interesting to me. Why is it looking interesting? Because, it's holding where it needs to hold. And for me, that's at 5.7%. Bulls are really going to need to get to work here, though, because, this is still looking corrective to me. And if we go back to the weekly here, this high is still looking like it was a major high. Remember on Bitcoin dominance, if we backtrack here, I've been on the camp that the top is in. We talked about either the bearish retest coming in this zone, if not all the way up to this zone. We can see here, simply put, when you reclaim a level like we see here on this green candle, we reclaim a level and then quickly lose a level and then get follow through from that, losing that weekly 9, but then most importantly, all of the moving averages. Generally, then you get those bearish retests where we go all the way back up. You got to retest the level you just reclaimed, which was this zone, before the actual follow through down. To me, it's still looking like we got a weekly bearish retest. Yes, bulls are holding the zone still that they need to bounce, but I mean, if this weekly into this week really starts losing, let's say that 57.4%, then to me, this is going to really start looking like the next lower high on the weekly. Right, we had a major trend shift on the weekly. We were always saying wait for the bearish retest, wait for the lower high. If we end up breaking down on the zone, it to me is going to look like a lower high right here, right around, you know, close to that 59.5%. Remember, it'll be confirmed once we break these lows. And that would be a pretty big drop on Bitcoin dominance, which, you know, when viewing ETH BTC, we're not really getting much on ETH BTC still. We see here that 366 level is just still resistance. Until we get back above 366, I'm not, like I've been saying, touching alts. But if Bitcoin dominance can actually start coming down, breaking down on the weekly here, not getting a bounce at this point, but breaking down, then we probably will see ETH BTC actually get back above that 366. And then ideally, you're just going to want to see this consolidate. If you're bullish on alts or ETH, you're just going to really need to see this just consolidate above 366. Remember, it'll be really dependent, though, on Bitcoin dominance here. Let me see. Let me see the 55 on. I do think we had a cross on the daily. Let me see. Let me zoom out here. Let me get the 5 off too. Kind of too many lines here. Too many lines for me. Yeah, we don't really have any cross here on the daily. Let me see the 12-hour. Anything that can guide our bias. 21. No. Yeah, I mean, again, just that 12-hour on Bitcoin dominance really does look quite corrective. What we see here is we rallied up right to that 12-hour EMA 100, straight rejection. This candle is now really becoming heavy in the sense that we have this massive wick high rejection, not much of a candle body here. Wouldn't be surprised in the next 8 hours if this turns red. You know, and ideally then you're really going to want to engage and see right around that 57.4%. The area I mentioned, if we start losing this, that could actually be what actually gets ETH BTC above that 366. But if Bitcoin dominance is looking weaker, right, then that to me, again, just still tells me that money is flowing out of Bitcoin. That could mean it's going more into stables. That's why we see, you know, Tether dominance looking okay. But possibly, maybe, people again will start trying to, you know, hedge into ETH, maybe with the scenario that, well, it's still lagging, ETH's still lagging, ETH's still lagging. For that to, in order to really to occur, you would need a Bitcoin dominance breakdown. So really gauge this and watch very closely to see, you know, if this does break down or if we actually get some kind of bounce around here. For me, though, I'm still on the camp that this is the next lower high, and we'll patiently be waiting for that lower low break. Let me go to the monthly here. Monthly did still hold that 9 though, so that is a point for bulls. This is closing in a day in 9 hours, you know, and if the 12 hours looking as you know, bad as it is, just being frank with you, you know, this will actually be kind of interesting to see where this monthly closes, because if that monthly does lose the 9, just like I've been saying on Bitcoin, just like I've been saying on Tether dominance, we start losing this 9, it's really going to solidify for me that this was a major top on Bitcoin dominance. You can see that monthly 9 just been holding ever since January, since it got reclaimed, and right here December 2022, the whole entire, you know, time it's been above the 9, we've never lost it. So in losing that while also losing the major support line, yeah, it'll really start looking like Bitcoin dominance has topped. It'll really start looking to me that potentially ETH BTC can start doing okay again. Keyword okay, because it really hasn't been doing much. The idea here is just we can hold that 366 level. But, you know, until then, I'm not really focused on alts like I was before, simply because we are under that 366 level. Now, just like on Bitcoin dominance, if ETH BTC starts really getting a monthly closure back above here, it'll look semi-okay. We then just would actually want to see some consolidation, and that could mean a multi-month consolidation around this zone. Perfectly okay, though. And so in summary here, you know, I'm really going to want to see Tether dominant bears step in. I'm not going to be surprised if this does give us a nice green dildo around that 4.69%, if not to 4.58%. I won't be surprised because I know what's around there, which is that daily EMA 100. We have here that weekly 21. We also have here that 2-week EMA 9. While also, if we go to the monthly, I believe, we had that EMA 5 here on that monthly. So we have multiple points on the moving averages that I watch telling us, yeah, this is a pretty big zone. But on top of that, we also see that that median too is also right around kind of where we're approaching now, 4.49%. So I wouldn't be surprised if we wicked a little higher, actually hit the 4.69. But then that's where you're really going to want to start seeing into this week some harsh rejection on Tether dominance. That ideally then will take us to the major support that Bitcoin is already now approaching. So this theory is going to get tested probably today or tomorrow. You're going to really want to watch to see the reaction around here. Are bulls going to step in? Are they going to bounce us and hold and not? This is really key, not break this low at 90,500. If we start breaking this low while breaking the support zone and losing the median and the 9, it's then going to shift this weekly into a downtrend. I say that because on this low we formed here, this was the next higher low before we made that higher high. And so now we're getting, you know, in quotation marks, an aggressive pullback down. But until proven otherwise, I'm still on trend watch. It still is overall the more present thing on a weekly. So it's more of that higher time frame trend, and it still is in favor of bulls. But I will say it is getting real grim out here. It's very close to breaking. And that's why you're really going to want, if you're longing here, which I believe personally is good risk to reward, punting a little long, which I'm personally looking for something like that. It's worth it to me if your stop can be as tight as like 90,400, because you'll know if you end up losing this low here, the trend has shifted, we're breaking down. And then that's probably why the 3-day here is looking like it is in the midst of a breakdown. So the last hopium here is, yeah, getting a quick bounce back up, getting back above the 382, either consolidating, or that could be the move that takes us back above $96,000. For me, though, $96,000 is going to be really important for bulls to reclaim. That then will pop us back into this range, and then we can potentially start talking about a little higher, like maybe all the way back up to 99,000, if not to that psychological point at $100,000 level, the $100,000 Bitcoin. Getting back above 100K to me, or call it 99,400 to me on a daily closure, would be actually what could be the move that sparks going back to these highs here around 107,000. But you know, that still has a long ways to go. It's just my criteria. So yeah, that's kind of all I have on Bitcoin. I do think Bitcoin dominance is still in the corrective manner. I do think this still is looking like a major lower high. We would just ideally want to see follow through on that, which then could bleed into ETH BTC catching some kind of bid. Because I will be frank with you, it is looking still kind of weak here. As long as we are under 366, which is the level I've been religiously talking about, you aren't going to want to be really longing ETH, alt like XRP, things of that nature. Because simply put, I mean, this was pretty disastrous for ETH overall. So that's kind of what I see here. My worst case scenario, if we end up losing that weekly level that I keep mentioning here, then my worst case scenario will be once we lose that weekly 9, I don't see why we're not going to go to the 80,000s. The 80,000s to me make a lot of sense. You know, that's right around where the weekly 382 is on CME. That's also right where that weekly EMA 21 is. Generally, when you lose to 9, you go to the 21. We also see that is right around where that gap is. So that is going to be like the next spot. You know, the low 81s to $84,000. If we start really not holding that, then the monthly will play out and will most likely here go to that monthly 9. If not, yeah, no, simply to the monthly 9. Because if the 85K doesn't hold and we're losing that median on the monthly, We're losing the weekly EMA 21, and it's really not going to be looking good on the daily, because on Bitcoin here, we will be then at that point losing the 88.3%. And if we go here to the Binance chart, you can see close to that 85,000 and the 88.5% right around where that daily EMA 100 is. Losing that then will give us the next target to the SMA 200, which I don't find it a coincidence that it's now approaching the $73,000 level, which then just gives me ultimate confluence at that monthly 9 if it wants to load. Maybe it's not on. Yeah, if it wants to load here, we'll most likely get hit. So watch very closely into this week. I know I said that last week, but you know, we were watching closely. No trade here though, you know, and so now what I'm doing is I'm gauging the reaction here in real time while we're streaming. While, you know, I've been waiting for 2 weeks on this idea, you know, and this is very much like what I was saying at the Academy Town Hall. Most of trading is just waiting. It's just me getting an idea, getting confluence with Tether dominance, finding out the different time frames. You know, I figured this out like 2 weeks ago when we were down here saying, yeah, we're most likely going to hit that EMA 9 on the weekly. Now it's approaching into this week. Let's see if we can get the reaction I want. And if we don't, and I get stopped down this long, which I will be giving to the Academy, you know, it's a very tiny risk to reward, and it was worth the punt. And then at that point, I'll be invalidated, and then I'll be on short watch. But until then, my criteria for longing is still valid. So that's all I have on Bitcoin.
Can I ask you to look at something?
Sure.
Just because I'm an idiot and I don't know any better and I want to learn. On the daily for the Bitcoin chart, 88,922 seems to be the next level that everyone seems to like not give a fuck about. And it to me, it would seem like, even a little below that, 88,922. And you'll see why. You see how it lines up with like on the left with that green candle, like the end of that green candle. Yes. And it also gets touched afterwards. It gets retested before the next move up. So I feel like everyone is going, we're going to either 80 or 90 is going to stop us. This would be the real fuckery in my view. And at the same time, Bitcoin likes to move sideways, creating lower lows.
Yeah, because the daily isn't a downtrend.
Yeah.
My hopium here is just that the weekly trend will hold. That's kind of my hopium. The weekly trend will hold. We can even see right around that daily 34 at last stand, right? So, I mean, this is kind of the spot that you're really going to want to see bulls step in. In my opinion, though, I really just don't want to see this low get taken out, which viewing the daily, it seems like it might actually, which, okay, that's okay with me. But we start taking this low out, I'm definitely not going to want to long this until we get better structure, because at that point, then it's really just the weekly will be in a downtrend, the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day. And then at that point, I mean, it's really going to start looking like Bitcoin is going to want to go lower to the 84, 85,000. You know, I see what you mean by the $89,000 level here. It is an interesting point. You know, and that's why these meme lines are very, you know, subjective in how you draw them. Because I drew them based here. I could have drawn it. And that's a good learning point for everyone. Very subjective, but I 100% see what you mean right into this zone here. It was actually this zone right around. Yeah, I know. I see 100% what you mean. For me, though, I'm still going to be on the camp that, okay, we're getting that push now on Tether dominance. Let's really see the reaction around here. Because if we don't reject and the daily just like puts in a nice girthy green dildo, we break out, we back test the 382, we then end up breaking out, causing volatility to spike up, then holding this zone and just consolidating, then yeah, I mean, thesis is dead. Tether dominance looks like it definitely from this point wants to still go up close to 8, if not all the way up to 11%. And that most likely means that Bitcoin here then solidifies, you know, at least Farhan's theory, which is we're probably going to go to the low 80s, which then probably ties in to that EMA 100, you know, which is technically the next target. I mean, if you're viewing just how the daily is looking, we are now breaking down. We are now crossing the 9 and the 21, so it's bearish. We're now getting that basically lower low break. Like this looks like a lower high. This looks like it's breaking the last low here. So the trend is still healthily down. You know, and technically next target is at 78.6%, which is right around 85,000. But for me now, that's why I'm just being really slow in my analysis. That's why I'm I'm really gauging, because when you start viewing the weekly and the 2-week and the 3-day and the 5-day, it starts telling a different story. And until we start really breaking those higher time frame areas, which are very close, I'm not gonna, front here. It's very, very close. By lunchtime, Bitcoin's the weekly could break this low. We could be in a weekly downtrend, and then really the thesis is dead to long, in my opinion. But until then, I'm going to be gauging this as a bounce zone. I'll probably be taking the long around here, right close to right around that 3-day. If we go here, right around here, I want to see that 3-day 21 hold. I know very closely that 3-day 9 was holding beautifully. I know when we often lose a level that we've been holding, flipping into resistance, the next spot is the 21. I want to see the reaction there. So personally, I'm waiting the long right around 91,000, if not 98,800, and I'm going to simply have my stop at 90,400. That to me seems very logical. I'm longing the extremity low while playing into my idea on Tether dominance and Bitcoin weekly. So we'll have to see though, because losing the weekly median here would be pretty bad. I mean, we've been above it since October of 2024. We can see here, after we were above it for quite a long time and then fell below it, it was right here in this zone. And we all know what happened around this zone here. This just was the ultimate chop and go down. This was actually when the weekly actually went to a downtrend. And we were consistently making, lower highs to lower lows. Now, granted, on this weekly downtrend, it wasn't quite aggressive as what we used to see on Bitcoin. But that was just simply because of, in my opinion, the monthly. Even though this weekly downtrend was still activated, even though we still were under the median pretty nicely and rejecting it, again, just remember that monthly 9 though still held our bias. So as long as we were above that 9, we were all saying this, we really can't be calling for a bear market. And so, that's kind of what I'm still going to be on that camp for. Lose the weekly 9, probably I'm going back down to 85, 83,000. If not, worst case scenario, back to 74,000. Until the weekly 9's holding though, I'm going to be gauging that as major support. And we're now at the bounce zone on Bitcoin. Yes, I would have ideally wanted Tether dominance to go up a little higher, considering we now on Bitcoin are at 91,500. But I mean, it's still $500-$600 more to go. So we'll have to see where that goes. And that simply could just be a median retest here. And maybe we don't go to that 4.69%, but I'll be happily surprised. And if we do reach that 4.69%, I don't know in my head to look where Bitcoin's at on the chart, because I don't know that's a pretty big spot for bears to push us down. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. It's still the same analysis. I'm still cautiously bullish here. I'm still hoping that the weekly trend holds, and that's all just simply going to be based on just the time frames I mentioned on the higher time frames, like the 3-day.
This is an interesting paradigm.
Yeah,
where Alex is bullish. How are you feeling, Farhan?
I'm slightly bearish.
Yeah. All right. Well, something broke, and it's not Bitcoin. Let's see. Show me your Bitcoins. You having fun with your Bitcoins? Best.
We're not having a lot of fun with our Bitcoins right now because they're not going up.
Mr. President, we're not having fun with our Bitcoins. We got to do something about those Bitcoins.
Maybe some more H-1B visas. I don't know.
By the way, that is the stupidest argument. And no one learns anything. So I just quit about arguing about it. That's it. People finally broke me with the H1 visa arguments. I finally understand it is pointless to talk about this. It is pointless to try to expand on the word of what makes sense and what doesn't, what has been said and what doesn't. I'm out. I quit. Let everyone fucking think whatever they want. And I mean, always let them do that, but they don't need to know anything. People know exactly what they want. That's it. Let them enjoy. Yes, the Elon Musk completely reversed his way of looking at things. Yes, Trump is betraying all of MAGA. Yes, Kamala Harris is phenomenal. Yes, anything that anyone wants to say. Absolutely. Yes, I agree with you. You say Bitcoin's going to go up? I agree. You say Bitcoin's going to go down? I agree. Let's go.
Yeah, because people usually don't want to hear facts. They don't want to hear your opinion. They just want to hear their opinion from your mouth.
I know. So there you go. That's it. I'm not going to give them their opinion with my mouth anymore, or not going to do anything with my mouth anymore in there.
Oh, you're not going to do anything with your mouth?
Not anymore. Not anymore. At
Oh,
my
not
age,
anymore. Not
at
anymore.
my age, it doesn't happen. Get it, sir.
You're not going to the gay bar in Cancun?
No, I'm gonna let that be for the youngsters and yourself to enjoy. Okay.
So on the weekly on Bitcoin, one of the main things that's kind of driving my bias is that we lost the 5 EMA. This is the first time we've really lost the 5 EMA since this entire rally really started. We have several closures below, 2 closures below the 5 EMA. We have a retest and a major rejection of the 5 EMA. And then what added to my bearish bias is the median moved up significantly. The median used to be around 85K. Now it's at $96,800. And whenever the median moves up and you're below it, that's extremely bearish. That usually gives you a target of hitting the bottom 38.2%. And right now that sits just below 85K, $84,361. Then we look at our momentum. The HPDR momentum started flipping down. We've entered into the negative area. Volatility just about to start flipping up. And now the jewel has flipped over around too. It started to flip into the sell signal, God mode sell signal within the bullish critical zone. The last time we've had this signal right here was back in this area, right around the chop around, and when we had our all-time highs at $72,000 in March and April, and we started flipping into the God mode sell signal, we went to the bottom of the 38.2%, basically every single time, before we ended up finding a bottom and flipping around and flipping to an uptrend. So right now that bottom 38.2% also lands up at that $85,000 target, 84,361. Then we go to the 2-week. Right now we have 2 rejections at the top 38.2%. Usually whenever you get that, you'll get a retest of your major EMAs, if not the median. So right now we're currently sitting at the 5 EMA. This is going to be our first major area of support, somewhere around $91,000. If that area doesn't hold, then the 9 EMA is going to be a magnet. And right now the 9 is sitting exactly around target, somewhere around $85,000. It's at currently $85,108 or $109. And that's the ultimate area right around there, maybe 85, 84 is where I'm thinking we're going to grind out our next higher low before we continue back to the upside and test that quarterly median, which right now is at $113,000. This monthly candles is not, like, to be honest, like, to be 100% real, this is not very pretty at all. This is a very big cause for concern for me. That we've tested the median, we've rejected it, now we're putting in a shooting star candle and clearly just down. And the only thing that's any type of saving grace right now is going to be this 5 EMA, which is going to rise after the monthly close. Right now it's sitting at like just below $81,000 at $80,700. What I would like to see is after this monthly close, this 5 EMA rise up somewhere around $84,000, $85,000, and that's going to give a lot more confluence for the idea that we're going to grind our next higher low there. Because if that 5 EMA doesn't hold, then we're going to go down towards the bottom 38.2% with a rejection of the median. And that's sitting at that roughly the same area as Alex was talking about. It's 73K because that's $72,700. Monthly is also a rejection of the median. So we want to see quarterly is a rejection of just right under the median at $113,000. We went to 108, close enough, I guess. It doesn't have to be an exact tap and go. And if we want to see what happens after this next quarterly candle opens, where this median goes, because if it rises up, that's going to be kind of bearish. What we want to see the median go down, and we want to see the quarterly candle open above the median. And then we can back test that median and use it as support to go up to the top 38.2%. And right now that number is a little bit irrelevant because it's probably going to shift down. But right now, once again, it's at $287,000. One Ferrari 296 GTB per BTC. The quarterly right now is retesting this moving average on our momentum and volatility starting to shift up. This is going to be the area where it absolutely needs to hold, or else we're going to get a long form consolidation at best, if not a bear market. Because the last time the quarterly momentum has lost the moving average was back here in October or January 2022, when price was at around like $48,000, and then we went to $15,500. But the jewel is still looking quite bullish on the quarterly. We're just freshly breaking back into the bullish control zone. We have a strong upward posture on the jewel, giving us basically a vertical line with the light blue buy. That's the difference between now and then we had in January 2022, because at that point, the jewel was giving us a God mode sell signal and starting to flip down. So currently, we're still pointing to the upside. That gives a little hopium that we can grind a higher low and before we continue back towards the upside. 6 months about to close as well. 6 months is currently over the 78.6, which is at $88,400. If we do close over that, Like, it's a little early to say because we don't know where the ranges are going to move to, but that usually gives you a target of the 61.8, which right now is at $149,000. And momentum is currently starting to flip back up, just about to exit the bearish control on the 6 month, and volatility is flipping down right now. So we want to see where the ranges go, and we want to see what happens with volatility after this 6 month candle closure. Because if momentum is still going up and volatility then starts ticking back up again, that's basically everything you need. Like, all the stars and the planets are aligning to tell you that we're going to go higher. The yearly is insanely bullish. Where now the yearly close is not just over our previous all-time high closures, but it's significantly over. And every single time, if you notice that we've closed over our previous yearly closure and all-time highs, price ended up usually going up a good amount more. Like, right after this point, when the closing high was at $720, we closed above it at like $900,000. We went up to $13,000, $14,000. Over here, the closing high was at like $13,800. We closed above it. We went up towards $69,000 basically. So right now, as long as we're above our closing high of $46,195, we're still likely to continue to go higher, unless we end up getting a massive rejection before the end of the year and we close below 46,195, which I don't think is very likely, to be honest, because we'd have to drop like 50% from where we are now within the next day and 9 hours for that to happen. We've seen some crazy things in crypto. We haven't seen a 50% drop in Bitcoin in one day unless we have like COVID going on.
That'd be fucking crazy.
Trump comes out and says, "I was just kidding about having fun with your Bitcoins. Fuck your Bitcoins."
That'd be a classic.
On the 5-day right now, also, we've lost the median. We got two closures below the median. We have a retest of the median and then rejection, which usually gives you a retest of the bottom 38.2%. And since we're going to have lost the 9 EMA, that will bring us down towards the 21. So the bottom 38.2% currently sits at 87,750, and the 21, which is what I'm looking at mostly, is right around $84,500, which is another point of confluence where I think this area is going to be a major low. Right now, our momentum is basically fully reset, where we went up towards the bullish control zone, and now we're basically like right around the reset point at neutral. Currently negative 24, which is a little bearish, but it's not too bad considering we're still not in bearish control yet, while volatility is flipping up. So if we do go a little bit lower on momentum while volatility continues to go up, it's going to be much less likely that we're going to end up holding the $84,500 here, $85,000. But personally, my bias right now is that we're going to hold it.
Your bias right now is what? I'm sorry?
That we're going to hold the $85,000 here.
Got it.
But I do think we're going to retest it.
It feels like, in a way, the 4-year cycle of Bitcoin, it's meant to do the 4-year cycle of Bitcoin. It just feels like it always plays a little bit differently. And right now, we just feel, to me, it feels like we are in that year, 2021, after the first time we created that $65,000 high or $64,000 high. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to go into months and months of fucking bullshit and down price, but not a crazy down price. And then you're going to get your new all-time highs. It kind of feels like we're in that phase of the thing. I don't know about you, but that's what it feels like to me.
I can also see what the catalyst would be for us to hit those new all-time highs, because now Bitcoin is more than 50% renewables. Like Elon said, once it's back over 50%, then Tesla will start accepting Bitcoin again. So that should be a pretty nice catalyst. If Tesla announces that they're going to start accepting Bitcoin again, that should give us a decent sized move to the upside. And that theoretically, if we don't completely reject it before the closure, like that should reverse the trend to the downside on the lower time frames.
I hope so. Let's see if Elon can make Bitcoin great again.
He's having a little trouble making MAGA great again. So now the 2-day has also lost the 21 EMA, which has been like pretty significant support. Like every single time we hit the 21 EMA, we've gotten some pretty nice bounces. And we went up from like $91,000 towards $100,000 several times. And now we've lost the 21 EMA. We've closed below it. We retested it, rejection, and now we're continuing to go to the downside. So from there, you'd usually come down to the 55. And 55 right now is also sitting right around the $85,000 area. While momentum is starting to break into the bearish control and volatility is flipping up to support it. it's not looking like to be honest, me saying the $85,000 bounce is probably like no bullshit. It's hopium. Like there's not really much that I'll tell you on the anything below weekly that the $85,000 area will hold. It's just hopium. I just think it will.
Of course.
Why? Why? I can't explain.
You just know it. It's in your. You can feel it in your gut.
I can feel it in my bones.
There you go.
Another point of influence for that $85,000 area is now we're losing the 55 EMA on the daily, and that would usually bring us down to the 100. And the 100 has been a significant point like on the daily ever since like this entire bull market started. Where if we go back to the 100 EMA on the daily, ever since like whenever we lost that 100, we ended up dropping. Like we closed at like $60,000. We went down to almost $48,000. And then once we reclaimed that 100, like we basically went into up only mode again. And we have not retested that 100 EMA ever since we were at about like $60,000. So it's kind of due for a retest at this point. And that is right now sitting right at $85,300. So there's another point of significant support right here at $85,000. Where if we were to hit this 100 EMA, I would ideally like to see a daily closure back above it. And if we maintain this as support, like technically, like we are in a daily downtrend, but that would be a very significant area to mark a next higher low in the macro, like on the monthly and weekly, because those are still not in a downtrend yet. And if we can grind out a higher low in this area, then like that should be like it's going to be a lot of a move down. They wouldn't call it a correction in any other market. They call it a crash. That'd be a nice correction right there around $85,000. I mean, even right now, like on just today alone, they call this a crash. Today alone, we're down.
No.
2.26%. If Apple were to go down 2.26%, they'd say it's crashing.
Well, but it's different. I think Bitcoin has to go down 6%, 6 to 8% from in a day for me to consider it like, okay, it's crashing.
Yeah, I'd have to see like 10%.
Yeah, it has to be a crazy number because it's 3 times the Nasdaq, in my view.
So right now, the 4 hour is also rejecting this 38.2%, which is a very bearish signal. Not only are we rejecting the 38.2%, but we're getting massive follow through, and we're breaking every single one of these lows right here. While the momentum is also freshly rejecting getting out of the bearish control and re-entering the bearish control, while volatility is flipping up and the jewel is entering into the bearish control. This is usually where the area around the jewel where you tend to grind out your higher lows in an uptrend. But it doesn't mean that you can't go lower from here. Like going to 85K would still be another $6,000 drop, and if you're over leveraged, that would wipe you out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in spot, like not really something you're gonna be worried about. Don't have any data for the 12-month RSI, 6-month RSI. It's a higher low. Nope. And 3 months still has that hidden bullish divergence in play, solidly in play. Only way to invalidate that 3-month hidden bullish divergence right now would be to close below on this quarterly closure, below $49,217, which is another 50% drop from where we are right now. But then on the next quarterly open, that number is going to shift to 58,890, and so on. It's eventually going to keep going higher, and it's going to be much easier for the bears to confirm that, invalidate that hidden bullish divergence. And this number is only relevant within the next day and 9 hours. It's going to shift after that. But right now, the target is still going to be the critical zone, which is currently at $160,000. But this number is going to change within the next day and 9 hours. It might go up, might go down. No way to tell for now, right now. Monthly still has possible bearish divergence. Only way to confirm it right now, though, is to close below 66,824, which is unlikely to happen in the next day and 9 hours. But then on the next monthly open, to confirm that hidden bearish divergence, as of this moment, we'd have to close below 91,186, which is going to be much easier to do because considering the price is now at $92,000.
That's on the monthly. That's pretty. That's fucking scary.
Yeah, we're very close to confirming. Not right now, but on the next monthly open, we're going to be very close to confirming that bearish divergence on the monthly. And every single time we've had a cycle top, it's been off of bearish divergence on the monthly. You see right here, bearish divergence, bearish divergence, bearish divergence. Right here, bearish divergence. Every single time that we've had a cycle top, it's been on monthly bearish divergence, which we have a possibility for right now. We just don't have a local top to confirm. So it's just on like local top watch, where if we do confirm it, then cycle is almost certainly over, and we're probably entering into the bear market. But right now, like as of this monthly closure, it's not valid unless we get a close below 66,824. But the next month is going to shift to 91. Then it's going to keep going up as long as we're still in an uptrend. And it's going to be much easier to confirm that bearish divergence. 2 week now is about to put in 3 drives of bearish divergence. We have 6 days. There's so much bearish divergences.
Jesus Christ. It sounds like my future.
Bearish divergence on every time frame.
Every time frame, son. And there's multiple, not just 3 drives. There's multiple 3 drives of bearish divergences on every time frame in my life.
There's a million direct drives of bearish divergence on my IQ. We got 6 days and 9 hours to go to confirm this bearish divergence, and it's going to be confirmed as long as we close below 92,190. That would give us, at the minimum, a retest of this moving average on the RSI, which right now the moving average, this number is going to change, but right now it's at about 80,773. What I would like to see is this moving average rise a little bit, right to where the bullish control zone is. And right now that area is about 87. So roughly somewhere around 85 to 87 is where I'd like to see that moving average go, and that would also be another significant area of support. Weekly, nope. And we're getting volatility contraction on the weekly and the 5-day, which makes sense considering we see price going down and those time frames are still in an uptrend. 2 days also putting in multiple drives of bearish divergence, while volatility is starting to pick up. So on these time frames, it's starting to get a little worrying, where we're getting volatility expansion with possible bearish divergence, and we're going to confirm that bearish divergence as long as we're below 92,939. And that would give us a target of the bearish control zone, which right now, oh, beautiful, $85,000 in the bearish control zone. Daily has already confirmed multiple drives of bearish divergence. We're just about to tap the critical zone on the bearish side, and that number right now sits at $87,700. Technically, 4 hours has a possible bullish divergence because we are below all of these lows right here, while RSI is making a higher low. So if we do close above about like $93,100, that will confirm the bullish divergence, and that should take us back towards 95, 96,000, which still would not break the downtrend. We'd still be in a downtrend as long as we're below like $99,900, basically $100,000 area. Damn, that coffee is good. It's hitting.
Good for you.
It's bussin', for real, no cap.
Did you put cocaine in it?
Of course. I don't.
Just a little bit.
I don't make my coffee without it.
Yeah. Pure Colombian Bam Bam.
It doesn't even tell you what the momentum pivot is on a yearly. 6 month though, it will tell you, and right now 6 month is flipping back to the upside. It's rejecting getting out of bullish control, and we're pointed up on the 6 month momentum as long as we're above $46,700. While we are also just about to get volatility expansion confirmed on the 6 month as well. The last time we got volatility expansion confirmed in the 6 month was back in July of 2020, and we all remember what happened in 2020 with Bitcoin. We're about to get a very similar setup where we're getting volatility expansion from much lower levels and momentum starting to flip back up like it did back then too. It just makes me kind of doubtful that everybody's calling in a cycle top right now, like $108,000 for the cycle top. I don't think so, based off of the higher time frame momentum and volatility setups, which just makes me very doubtful that we have our cycle top right now. Especially like because how many times that everybody's calling a cycle top that it's actually been a cycle top? Usually happens whenever everybody's still bullish.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is just a local top. just to be clear. I think this is a local top that will take some time for us to take it out, but we will, because we see all of those mega bullish charts on higher time frames, no matter what. Like, that's bullish as fuck. So I just think it's going to take longer than everyone expects. Everyone's just waiting for this to, like, all right, we're going to $70,000, and then the next day we're going to wake up at 220,000. Like, it's not going to happen like that.
I'm sorry, George. Close your ears. The 3-month right now is also getting volatility expansion. We're just about to break into the bullish control zone on momentum, and we're currently pointed up as long as we're above $48,600. Monthly is also still within the bullish critical zone, but it now is starting to flip down, and monthly momentum will flip down as long as we're below 93,000 or 94,000, 93,900. The last time monthly momentum did flip down was back right before we had our several months of consolidation and down. We had a 33% move to the downside. So that gives confluence to your idea that we probably grind for a little bit, form another higher low before we try against the upside. And because this is a monthly chart, that's going to take several months for that to play out. 2 week has already flipped down while we're getting our Hamas setup about to be invalidated, and we're about to lose the bullish critical zone, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $97,360, $97,400, which then would bring us down to the 9 EMA, which, what do you know? Right there at the $85,000 area. Weekly is already getting volatility contraction while momentum slipped down. We're losing the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $106,000.
We might
5-day also pointed down, volatility contraction, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $103,000. 2-day volatility expansion with momentum pointed down, and we're going to be down as long as we're below $97,700, which we are a decent amount below that right now, and the momentum is about to enter into the bearish critical zone. Daily volatility is almost completely reset on the daily now. We're sitting at 26% after we had many periods of 100% volatility. Then we had expansion towards the downside, and now our volatility is contracting once again, which is kind of what the bulls want to see. They want to see volatility contracting while we're grinding out another higher low on the macro time frame, and then daily volatility can be reset, and then we can actually put in a very the volatile move that they want towards the upside, where we get one of those massive $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 candles on like a weekly. That'd be pretty crazy to see a $10,000 candle on the daily. We've seen it before, but I'm just not ready to say that that's going to happen yet. And daily is also breaking into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 98,150. 4 hour also is getting volatility expansion to the downside, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $92,000. So basically, the only thing that's still in an uptrend right now is the very, very high time frames. The monthly, the quarterly, the weekly is still in an uptrend, and the 6 month and the yearly is still in an uptrend. But and the pivots are way lower than where we are right now. The bearish divergence is not even close to being confirmed yet. But then if you shift down to the lower time frames, we have shifted into a downtrend while we're getting volatility expansion with momentum to the downside, and it does look like we're going to keep going lower. My area right now that I'd be looking at is the 100 EMA on the daily, which is around $85,000, maybe a little bit lower at 84. And I would consider that a very, very high probability bounce area. And I think that's where we're going to grind our next higher low. I don't think we're going to go straight vertical from there. I think we're probably just going to make a low, maybe retest it once or twice, and then continue going sideways for a few weeks, maybe a few months, just like we did back in from around like April until August of November, I think. I'm thinking we're getting that same type of setup again, and then we can get a fresh new Hamas setup back to the upside, and then I think we're going to break 113 and go straight to the 120s. But it's going to take a long time of consolidation while our volatility and momentum indicators reset, and while everybody's trying to play that bearish divergence in the monthly, which is still not even close to being confirmed yet, and then it's going to just front run the fuck out of that and give them the biggest green dildo they've ever seen in their lives.
I would concur with your analysis and say that's what I'm thinking will happen. Who the fuck knows? But I think to me the cycle top, like the local top, is in. It's what we saw. It's just going to be chop in a big range, and then another explosive move towards the upside. So that, yeah, because looking at the yearly, 6 month, quarterly, the monthly doesn't look good, but everything else does. So I'm still going to hold that bias.
And the main reason why we're getting this chop solidation phase is because we're getting a very clean rejection of that monthly median.
Yeah. And that to me was like the first thing that I was looking at, where I was like, this is kind of getting close. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. It's getting fucked. So it's it's just interesting. And also that altcoin season didn't play the way that we all thought. Just
did you see Crown's theory on alt season?
No.
That it's basically already played out, and right at this point, the only alts that are really going to perform are the strongest ones, and they're still probably not going to do as well as people think they're going to do.
It, like I said, it could be the whole point of Bitcoin and crypto is like right now, in a simple way, the way that they're using it, forget about like what it was built for or whatnot, is to bait everyone into getting some USDTs that are backed by the dollar, right? In all sorts of chains.
US treasuries, those beautiful US treasuries.
So we're digitizing our treasuries. We're using them as collateral for these digital coins, and this is how you're like grabbing one system to the next. So this all needs to continue. I just think the ETFs, centralization of Bitcoin, like in companies like MicroStrategy and all that stuff, the fact that governments wants to get on it, that's what's going to take us to crazy prices, kind of like what he did with gold, in my opinion now, because it's just going to be bulk buyers. That's what it is, and that's what it's going to take. I just think for now, you can't, like, the altcoin cycle is not the same anymore. And also, you see the trends changing. Altcoins were cool because meme coins didn't exist. Like, meme coins was 1 or 2. Remember, it was just like Dogecoin, and like eventually Pepe came out like way later. But it was Solana the one doing it. It was Cardano doing it. It was Litecoin doing it. And now those are kind of like off. Everyone went into meme coins, and the attention span became shorter. Like the same thing with NFTs. NFTs had a nice run, but now NFTs, like the NFT run lasts like a month, and then it cuts out, and then everyone jumps off. All right, on to the next one. And then you just have to wait. And then eventually you'll catch another one of those months. So everything is changing. There's no doubt about it. The only thing that continues in its own peak form is Bitcoin.
And isn't that kind of ironic how back in 2014, when we were getting our first bull market, Bitcoin was like Silk Road, privacy, fuck the government. And now Bitcoin is, please ETFs, please buy some more. Please Michael Saylor, buy some more. Please Microsoft, buy some Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a whole video on this, but it's changed completely from what it was to the new idea. And it's been really smart by the people behind the financial institutions, because you're just basically creating an asset that didn't exist, that is worth billions of dollars, and you hold it all. And then you're just going to buy the 21. There's only 21 million of them. So you can just buy them all. And then the price is going to be whatever you want it to be, because then you're going to say, oh, I own 100% of this shit. I'm just going to trade it. And he's going to trade at $800 million. And that's going to be my collateral. Who's going to say no? You know what I mean? Like,
Kathy Woods is already getting wet hearing that.
Kathy Woods' pussy right now. Like, think about the Sahara Desert and just think about a storm that's coming. That's what's happening right there. I'm sorry, everyone that's listening. All right, we're going to do XRP. And after we do XRPs, Roblox.
Nice.
Yes,
I can do XRP unless Farn you want to. Doesn't matter to me.
All right, boys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vale, estamos viendo la tabla de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Como siempre les traigo el análisis. Ahorita lo que más me importa, y esto es algo bastante importante para todos nosotros, es, estamos a punto de cerrar velas de un año. Literalmente esta vela de un año, les voy a poner el gráfico tal cual, así se ve Bitcoin en una vela de un año. Y por cierto, vean esta belleza. O sea, esto definitivamente está en un ciclo alcista, no hay duda alguno, alta temporalidad. Esto me dice que vamos a ver continuación a futuro con Bitcoin de crecimiento. Y esto es algo solamente rápido a lo que quería tocar. Esto es Solana en la anual. Pueden ver la diferencia, ¿no? Bitcoin tiene bastante por encima de su alto histórico en este tipo de tablas. Solana no, por ejemplo. Ethereum, por ejemplo, no lo ha logrado. Entonces, aquí es donde empiezo a decir, ok, a más largo plazo, pues prefiero Solana que Ethereum, pero también no hay, Ethereum definitivamente no se ve bien. Voy a acercarme a la de 6 meses y pueden ver, Ethereum en 6 meses definitivamente no ha logrado tener un cierre tan alto como el que tuvo en 3,600. Solana, vamos a ponerlo por acá. Solana sí, Solana había tenido un alto en 169, 170 y lo logró. Va a cerrarlo probablemente en 186, digamos, tal cual donde está. Este sería un nuevo alto, pero de nuevo, no tiene la misma fuerza que Bitcoin. Y eso es en la de 6 meses. Y de nuevo, Ethereum está por debajo y no ha tenido ningún cierre por encima de esto. Nos vamos a acercar más a la trimestral rápido. Solamente es para que puedan ver esto en los ojos que yo lo estoy viendo. También estoy viendo acá en la trimestral, Ethereum tuvo cierres mucho más altos y ahora estamos haciendo cierres más bajos. Simplemente algo que notar, Solana había tenido estos cierres en 170, tuvo cierres en 200 y ahora este va a ser un cierre más bajo. Esto se me hace interesante a mí personalmente, que es más o menos como la primera que está viendo esto, pero vamos a Bitcoin. Bitcoin también en la trimestral, tenemos nuestros cierres por acá y les voy a poner un gráfico limpio de Bitcoin, acá tal cual. Y podemos ver que estamos cotizando en 91,833, que es ¿cuánto del tope? Vamos a ver, más o menos, ojo de buen cubero, 15% abajo. Recuerden que movimientos de 30% a la baja en Bitcoin es cotidiano de a madre, 25% es el promedio más o menos. Así que eso no nos debería de sorprender, eso nos debería de dar más pull para abajo. Lo que sí claramente es que Bitcoin está formando un nueva estructura alcista, está usando nuestros máximos, nuestros cierres máximos en la trimestral como soporte, lo pueden ver acá, lo hizo en este cierre, en este cierre, en este cierre y ahora en este cierre, y esto nos dice que va a tener continuación. Volteamos a ver si tenemos expansión en la volatilidad, tenemos expansión en volatilidad en la trimestral en Bitcoin, venimos de justamente esta zona, y qué es lo que estamos viendo ahí en esa zona de expansión. Podemos ver que después de eso ha estado subiendo. Perdón, estaba intentando hacer esto. Y la volatilidad continúa empujando para arriba y viene desde el punto más bajo que ha estado en este gráfico. Así que diríamos que se ve bien la cosa, honestamente, viéndolo en esta temporalidad. Aquí es donde empezamos a ver cosas extrañas. Esta es la mensual. En la mensual vemos la volatilidad no nos está acompañando para absolutamente nada, al contrario se está contrayendo, que podría ser bueno eventualmente cuando decida una vez más llegar al punto más bajo y después expandir, pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo es que está dándonos una vela topera de a madre. Y esta vela topera de a madre fue la que nos llevó a nuestros máximos de antes. ¿Qué sería malo para esta vela topera? Tener un cierre abajo de los 91,132 en la próxima vela. La próxima mensual. Así que esta que va a cerrar apenas en un día y 8 horas, atentos, pero esto tiene todas las características de una vela de tope. Una vela de tope es una vela roja que tiene el cuerpo delgado, la gran mayoría, y 25% es parte de 25, alrededor de 25% es lo que forma el cuerpo, que es la parte gorda, y está en la parte baja. Esto normalmente indica que fue a reventar toda esta gente en liquidez, les quitó todo ese dinero y ahora viene por acá. Entonces, viéndolo en la mensual, voy a poner mi HPDR rápido para poder enseñarles qué exactamente está pasando y yo creo que aquí lo vamos a ver claro. Literalmente nuestra media del canal está en 95,926. Obviamente estamos siendo rechazados, estamos bastante por debajo de eso, estamos en 91,870, lo que nos dice que nos debería de dar un viaje a la parte baja del 38%. Este número va a cambiar mañana una vez que tengamos el cierre de esta vela, así que vamos a ver a dónde se va. Voy a llevarlos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver, tenemos este claro tope por acá en los 104 en cierres y ahora estamos intentando ver si vamos a aguantar esta estructura por acá en los $89,000 más o menos, antes de empezar a decir que esta estructura alcista está rota. Tenemos la media del canal está en 71, 73, pero el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas está en $85,000, 85,130. Para nosotros esta es una zona bastante importante. Cuando los llevo de vuelta a la mensual, les quiero poner esto. Recuerden que para nosotros la mensual, lo que estamos viendo, y voy a quitar el HPDR rápido. Recuerden que para nosotros lo que estamos viendo es esto. Estamos en un mercado alcista, definitivamente estamos por encima de la 9, pero el 5 es el que nos dice por adelantado que algo va que podríamos llegar a retestear la 9 una vez que lo perdemos. El 5 está en 80,764 y obviamente en la mensual va a subir probablemente a esta zona después de este cierre. Y ahí es donde nosotros pensamos que lo puede llegar a tocar. En la de 2 semanas, que es justo lo que les estaba enseñando, ya voy a quitar el 5. Estamos justamente en el promedio del 5. Lo pueden ver, no habíamos estado ahí desde noviembre, el principio de noviembre. Y aquí estamos retesteando lo que está justo en los 91. En la de 2 semanas tenemos el promedio del 9 en los $85,000. Lo único que estamos usando el 5 es, si lo perdemos, darle más probabilidad de que vayamos a buscar esta zona a que no. De ahí, también viendo nuestra volatilidad y nuestro setup de jamás se invalidó. Esta tabla no lo tiene porque es diferente a la que les enseñé antes. Pero aquí normalmente tendría los periodos de nula volatilidad y pueden ver que se está revirtiendo y está empezándose a dar la vuelta a la baja. Todavía oficialmente no, pero esto es lo que también estamos viendo con el precio. Vamos a la semanal rápidamente. En la semanal estamos por debajo del 5, que una vez más ya voy a eliminar porque ya acercándonos acá, no me importa ese promedio. Y estamos justamente brincando en la 9. La 9 está en 92,256, pero pueden ver que el 21 está en 81,590. Recuerden que esto va a subir el día de mañana, el promedio del 9 va a subir probablemente, y eso nos vaya a hacer que esto caiga la próxima vela vaya a abrir por debajo del 9 o en medio de eso y empiece a darnos este camino a esta zona más o menos. Tal vez no sea 81%, tal vez sea 85,000 que nos daría confluencia con lo que estábamos viendo antes. En volatilidad no hay ningún setting, ya saben. Volatilidad es la línea de colores, la blanca es el promedio. Cuando tenemos la línea de colores abajo, el blanco, estamos en contracción de volatilidad, por lo que no hay nada. Nos acercamos más rápido a la de 3 días. Perdón, no les puse en la semanal el HPDR también, para que lo puedan ver. Acá podemos ver también en la semanal, estamos siendo rechazados por la media y eso nos da una alta probabilidad de ir a la zona baja de la zona azul del 38,2%. Y adivinen qué está ahí, $85,000 ahorita. Así que más confluencia agregando justamente a estos datos. Vamos a la de 3 días. En la de 3 días también podemos ver, estamos por debajo de la media, la perdimos hace rato, nos rechazó en el reencuentro y ahora estamos por debajo del promedio de la 9 y buscando encontrar apoyo en el 21, que está justamente donde está nuestro promedio del 5 en la trimestral o nuestro promedio del 9 en la mensual, en esos $91,000. No, en la mensual el 9 creo que está, un segundo, voy a regresar solamente para no cagarla. Sí, el 9 está acá, el 5 es el que estaba aquí arriba. Ok. El 5 es el que está en 80, ok. Vale. No estoy tan perdido. Estamos siendo rechazados, aguantando acá la 9. Nos acercamos a la de 3 días, vamos a poner ahora la de 2 días. En la de 2 días podemos ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo con la caída, que no es tan bueno que digamos. Vamos a ver acá, que fue donde comenzó. Y podemos ver que ahí va para abajo. También no está apuntando tan agresivamente arriba, pero algo que mantener en cuenta. Eso nos podría dar el momentum para continuar a buscar esta zona y también la zona del 88,3% en la de 2 días está en $88,000, cuando el promedio del 55 está en 85,282, que agrega más confluencia a lo que estamos diciendo. En la diaria tenemos el promedio del 100, que no lo hemos testeado, pero desde acá atrás, en octubre del 2024, lo tenemos justamente en los 85,291, agregando confluencia al análisis. Estamos justamente en nuestro HPDR. No solamente habíamos perdido y siendo rechazados por la media, pero ahora la media está por debajo del promedio del 21, el 9 está por debajo de ella, y hemos perdido nuestro promedio del 55, que está en 92,304. Vamos a ir a buscar muy probablemente esta zona de los 85,200. Eso es, déjenme quito el HPDR para que también puedan ver claramente lo que estoy diciendo. Y aquí es lo que está hablando Alex, de que él está interesado en encontrar una base por acá y aventar un long con... Ahora sí que es a ver qué pasa. Básicamente entrar por acá y cerrarlo con cualquier cosa abajo de esto. Estoy seguro que o ya lo mandó o lo está mandando a la academia para todos ustedes. Eso es lo que acá piensa Alex. Podemos ver esta zona es bastante importante también para el precio y estamos cayendo por debajo de ella. Y para mí yo agregué esta línea meme nueva. Esta línea meme nueva en los... No. Esa no es la nueva, esa es la que ya tenía. Ok, la nueva... Ah, es que la puse en este gráfico, discúlpenme. Aquí lo tienen. Aquí lo pueden ver. Ok. A mí esta línea se me hizo muy importante, la morada. ¿Por qué? Porque esta línea morada fue una zona importante. Una vez que la rompimos a la alza, subió bastante fuerte y cuando la rompimos a la baja cerramos relativamente bastante abajo. Entonces, desde ese entonces hemos solamente tenido tomadas de liquidez, menos acá, que lo empezamos a romper y tener cierres abajo. Esto para mí fue primera señal, primera llamada. Segunda llamada es justamente esta línea blanca que estamos perdiendo en los 92,547 que hemos testeado 1,000,000 de veces. Y mi tercera llamada, esto para mí puede ser donde vaya a aguantar. Y habría la menos cantidad, y estoy hablando en cierres, no estoy hablando en wikeazos, donde podremos cerrar por encima de los 88,920. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque esta estructura en la diaria no es violada hasta perder los 85,147, pero lo va a hacer desde el principio, igual y sí. A Bitcoin le encanta ser un asqueroso sucio de mierda, e igual y si quiere ir a esa zona de los 85, pero personalmente creo que aquí va a haber algo de importancia en cuando el precio se encuentre con esta zona. ¿Por qué? 2 rechazos, conquistada, rechazada, conquistada, y antes justamente de continuar hacia arriba, venimos a fintar a todo el mundo acá y dimos este movimiento. Esta zona es importante para mí, para Alex y para Farhan vale absolutamente verga, es solamente para mí y es importante que lo anoten porque yo valgo verga, estamos aprendiendo de ellos, no de mí, solamente quería compartir esto con ustedes. También cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Tether, podemos ver que fue justo lo que habíamos dicho. Recuerden que, y la dominancia de Tether simplemente es mejor vista en la diaria, no hay más que explicar, yo creo. Aquí es donde puedes darte cuenta exactamente qué está pasando. Venimos a esta zona donde dijimos esto probablemente está formando ya estructura alcista. Venimos a este liquidity grab tan potente del 4,61%, pero ahora nuestro precio de la dominancia de Tether está por encima de todos los promedios y va a ir a mínimo buscar el promedio del 100 que está en los 4,58%. Si rompe esta zona y se lleva este máximo, vamos a ver todavía mucho más downside en Bitcoin. Así que, ¿qué es lo primero que queremos ver? Que esto no se rompa antes de darnos un rechacillo y poder aguantar. La otra cosa es, te vas a llevar este máximo y si esto empieza, sube y luego baja por acá y empieza a consolidar por acá encima, esto todavía va a ser peor porque nuestro siguiente objetivo será ese SMA 200 que está por ahí del 5,7% y eso sería un movimiento bastante brusco en Tether Dominance. Así que aquí si eres alcista en Bitcoin, quieres definitivamente perder esta zona del 4,21% e irte a dar una revisiteada, barrer los 4,10 e ir a revisitar esta línea. Eso sería bastante alcista para Bitcoin, por ahora no lo está. Y para cerrar esto, vamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin que habíamos nosotros hablado de que este fue el alto más alto. Ahora tuvimos este alto más bajo con este bajo más bajo. Vamos a ver exactamente qué está pasando porque parece que está empezando a romper y crear nueva estructura alcista. Si quieren ver eso y quieren ver alt season, definitivamente queremos, bueno, tal vez no sea alt season, pero la dominancia de Bitcoin caer. Definitivamente la zona del 5,38%, que es donde está el SMA 200, es la que buscaríamos perder para después barrer con estos mínimos y dar con esto, una vez que barramos el 54,57%, confirmación de que efectivamente este fue el pico y esto va para abajo. Así que Bitcoin se ve bastante debilón. Hay mucha gente que está diciendo que se va a ir a $70,000, por lo que a mí me hace pensar que no se va a ir a $70,000. Mucha gente pensando también 77, 78, 80 bajos. Yo creo que la jugada más sucia que puede hacerle Bitcoin a todo el mundo, viendo lo que todo el mundo está poniendo. De nuevo, esto no es una predicción de precio, estoy solamente dando mi opinión de cuál creo sería la jugada que se jodería más gente. Es si Bitcoin llega, cae acá justamente a los 88, no le da a nadie la entrada en los 85 que está esperando, repunta a la alza, llega a esta zona una vez más del 100,000, todo el mundo va a creer que olvídalo, esto fue el último boom antes del putazo a la alza, acá hacer un alto más bajo, y aquí podría dar continuación e ir a buscar esta zona de los 85. Lo que yo creo que estamos viviendo en este momento, y por lo que me apoyo en el ciclo de los 4 años, es porque es un ciclo basado en adopción, porque te presenta con oportunidades claras y te presenta de cierta forma, con topes claros. Lo que creo que estamos viviendo en este punto, sin escuchar el ruido, sin nada más de esto, es lo que vimos en el 2021, cuando al principio en abril Bitcoin llegó a 64,000, o no me acuerdo cuál fue el tope, 65. De ahí cayó a los $30,000, se quedó ahí todo el verano y después del verano dio otro putazo para arriba, rompe su alto histórico, llega a los 69,000. Creo que estamos en esa situación donde justamente ahorita vamos a chilear de lado por unos meses. Lo que yo había dicho desde antes es, y yo me clavé en esto, este fue el tope local, no creo que lo vayamos a pasar localmente antes de en unos meses después volverlo a ver otra vez más ser tomado. Solamente estoy hablando localmente para que todo el mundo no crea que ya se va Bitcoin a $10,000. No, todavía no soy tan estúpido, después lo seré, pero todavía no. Así que ahí lo tienen, eso es Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. What are we doing next?
Doing XRP. Let me get that up.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you guys. TP1 on the Academy short for Bitcoin is hit. Alex just pointed it out to me.
Very nice. So for everyone, and I'll say it in Spanish too, el take profit del short de Bitcoin, el primero ya pegó, así que atentos, por favor, atentos a sus señales. All righty. Sir, getting to the XRPPs.
Nice. Yeah, so we're first going to look at XRP and BTC. Let me show my phone on silent. So there's actually a few things to note on this weekly chart. So we rejected that I'll just say 2668. I'm not going to say all the zeros. It's kind of annoying. It's a pretty crucial spot. I mean, this whole time, I mean, for over a year, 2 years even, we've been just solidly rejecting this zone. That's why, it's really important to wait for reclaims and then actually it creating a trend by getting 3 closures above it. That'll solidify, it holding. We don't like is just this reclaim and then it loses it, ultimate chop. And then even in these 2 scenarios here, didn't even get 1 closure above. So, valid resistance at this zone, which also tells me that when we do, if ever, break above and actually reclaim this level, especially on a weekly closure, 2 or more closures, it'll really start looking good that XRP versus BTC is actually about to bigly break out. But until then, this is still looking quite corrective to me. We have a nice wick high rejection here. We've been solidly unable to break back above that 2.6 level for multiple weeks now, a month actually, 4 weekly candles of red. And now we're even breaking down from this yellow meme line, which each and every time XRP, rejects, comes back, it always throws it back to that 225 level. If unable to hold, which it hasn't been able to hold, generally then gives us another move all the way back down to the bottom of the range. Why I believe, though, that we potentially could bottom closer to that weekly 9 is simply because we have a fresh silver cross on the weekly. That's going to guide my bias overall. I do think we easily could come back down to that weekly 9. But at that point, if we really measure that move down all the way to that weekly 9, I mean, we're witnessing almost a 40% correction on XRP BTC. And remember, this is an altcoin, so this is, nothing out of the ordinary for XRP, but this area generally should be taken as a zone to be watching closely for a bigger bounce. It having a silver cross too on the weekly, I'm curious just to see. We just marked this out. Just actually when the last time we had one on XRP BTC pair. Can see, and so last one we had was actually right around here on July 10th in 2023. The issue with this one is it just didn't hold the reclaim. Like, meaning we busted through all the moving averages, we came all the way back, and it just didn't hold this or flip it as support. We see that for the first area of interest on a silver cross, we see the weekly 9 didn't hold, the weekly 21 didn't hold, and then at that point we're already testing the 55, which just makes it very weak. Then we can see we uncrossed. But still, I mean, from this point, let's just see from the closing basis, how about up to that wick high? I mean, that did go up 15%. It's not too bad. Here we see actually did hold the retest at this point, went up 57%, but then at that point uncrossed when we were unable to hold that weekly 9. So that weekly 9 on these weekly silver crosses are actually quite important to hold. And not holding it, doesn't necessarily unsolidify the silver cross, but generally, if we're going to the 21, it just makes it slightly a little weaker. And then let me just see one more, maybe one that was more fun, right? So you can see here, yeah, we had one here as well. And from the cross at this point, we held the 9. We did go up another, let me just see, 40, almost 49%. So you can see here with the XRP pair, that weekly silver cross is pretty massive. So it having a pullback, especially with BBWP falling under the moving average, is actually quite healthy for bulls. The big question they should be asking themselves is, when we get to that 1960 level, is it actually going to hold as support, or are we actually going to come all the way back down to the bottom of this range, which at that point would be kind of testing the last, in my opinion, the last stand for bulls, because in not holding this weekly SMA 200 throwback, you can see really clearly that this is kind of what sparked, at least in my opinion, a major move down, leading to that major weekly downtrend, essentially, is what I'm trying to say on XRP versus BTC. So that, to me, I like where it is currently on my chart, right at the bottom of this range. Going to be important for bulls. That'll be the last stand if we do end up going all the way down there. For now, though, with that weekly silver cross, I am going to be gauging that weekly 9, at least as the first area. You can see here also, this 2-month is closing in a day. It's looking quite good. You can see that the 2-month has been solidly rejecting that EMA 34. We are, yes, we're very close to reclaiming this support level, which would be just another tick for bulls. But even just falling below it, but reclaiming the EMA 34 will be a major sign for XRP BTC, because you can just simply see from the start of this EMA 34, and yes, it's on a 2-month, so it's not gonna have that much data when dealing with an altcoin, but you can see that this actually could be the first time, and hopefully I don't jinx it, but ideally this will be the first time that we actually do get a monthly closure back above the EMA 34. That, to me, will be a major sign, and we'll have to really gauge where these move up into next session, which will be occurring in a day and 8 hours. Why I say that is because we're really going to want to see where this 9 actually moves up. If it matches more near that bottom of the range, this range here, let me go back to the weekly so there's no confusion. If the monthly 9 actually moves up more right around this range, it'll really solidify why this area here is going to be really important for bulls to hold. And you would have already been really gauging that simply on that weekly SMA 200. So the 2-month is actually looking quite powerful. I'm curious to see what the HPDR says on this as well. And even this is agreeing with me. I mean, you can see right where that 34 is matching right around that 382. The 2-month is in the midst of a breakout, in my opinion, especially if we close and hold the 382. So this is actually looking quite nice. One thing to note about volatility here is, we essentially haven't had a volatility setup reach extreme lows. So that's one thing to know. But also on these lows here, this was the lowest point XRP went to on the monthly before, on the 2-month before really expanding. We are slightly curving down near that 50%. But even as history has shown here, that curvature down, the slowdown right around that 50% really doesn't mean much. We should be really at least gauging at least closer to more of a pullback on BBWP or a reset when it does reach close to that 60%, in my opinion. For now, this 2-month really does look like it still wants to go up. It's looking quite healthy. And nothing's really telling me on this 2-month, assuming that the 2-month closes anywhere around this zone, which would be above the EMA 34, but most importantly above the 382, that it's really going to stop here. At best for bulls, I don't think we're just going to bust through and actually go to like that major level here at like 5.2 or even here at 3.2. But at best, it wouldn't surprise me, to just consolidate for a few months here, and actually hold that 34, especially an area we've just been solidly rejecting. Curious now, let's see how the 3 months looking. Similar to the 2-month, you see that EMA 21. We're now reclaiming that. We're slightly rejecting the 34, but reclaiming the 21 here really solidifies why, in my opinion, on the weekly, this zone here is going to be really important to hold. What we see here is that 3 quarterly, essentially 9, is right around that zone, but also the bottom of the 382 zone, which would be basically the top of it. Falling back into the blue zone would constitute more chop. This is still in the midst of a breakout, in my opinion, and you just essentially would want it to hold this zone, which is right around where that weekly level is that we were talking about, right where that estimate 200 is. So, XRP BTC is looking quite strong. I do think we can expect still more downside, of course, but we really should be gauging simply that silver cross retest on the weekly. This will guide our bias on the strength of XRP USDT. Because if the Bitcoin pair is still looking okay, then let's see how the Tether pairing is. Let's see here. We'll go to the daily on this one. Let me turn the rainbow chart off. Very nice. And so what we see is we are now at the extremity low, essentially. You're really going to want this high to be flipped into support like we've been doing. Each and every time XRP has approached this zone, right around that $1.96, it has acted as a major bounce zone. And so what we could gather from that is, if we start really breaking down here, it'll really solidify that, this is probably going to end up going lower, which is already our bias on XRP BTC. So then our goal here is just to see, well, how much lower could the Tether pairing go if potentially in a utopian world that BTC pairing really does test that weekly silver cross EMA 9 and then get a bounce from there. Well, what we see here is the Bollinger Bands on the daily are starting to now expand. We are very close to breaking down on XRP. So that is something to really note here. But in my opinion, if we go, let's turn the 55 off and let's go to the 2-day. With the 2-day here, kind of tells a different story and makes it a little more clean, in my opinion, because even though the daily looks like it's in the midst of breaking the daily Bollinger Bands, there's really not much support other than that EMA 100 on the daily, which makes sense. We lose the 34, an area that's been holding, and lose this major low here. Probably, next target would be the EMA 100. But one thing I like about this is the 34 is actually right around that 172, 171. This area here is an interesting spot for me because this could correspond nicely with the XRP BTC pair still coming down slightly. But then, I don't think personally we're going to go back to the $1.49, $1.50. I generally would be wanting to gauge closer to that 168 to 170. Just simply put, based on just this wick high here that we formed here before breaking out. That to me seems like a more probable spot if we end up actually breaking down today from XRP, testing right closer around this zone. For me, around there, we should at least gauge some kind of spot of a bounce at least, especially when even the 9 here on the weekly is supporting that. Yes, we easily could fall through, break these lows, but I mean, how much lower is really going to be like up to us to gauge, simply because even if calling for that 148, even here at 162, you're kind of disregarding that 9 right now. And that's why it's going to be important for us to understand that XRP BTC still looks like it does want to go down, but I don't think it's going to go down that much more, in my opinion. It would make sense for an alt to actually flush out these lows, take out all those stops. I mean, this was a very impressive bounce on XRP after hitting this low. I mean, it bounced 28%. I'm sure there's a lot of longs still here that didn't TP that are now very close to round tripping. If we end up breaking and falling through there, this could exacerbate a move down more, personally, I'm watching for a worst case scenario closer to that 160 to 162. But I want to really gauge and see the reaction around this 196 first, because it hasn't been lost. It's just looking like it wants to break down, especially when we see that 9 crossing the 21. We don't have a silver cross to the downside, but especially when we're losing the bottom of the Bollinger Band now, and we know just with these lows how important this support is. It is really, to me, looking like this is just more a matter of time, more when than if it's going to break down. But that's just my opinion. That's just based on the posturing and overall how this chart's looking. But I still wouldn't get too bearish on this. And granted, I mean, if from the weekly we do have a nice pullback, I mean, that we're still talking like a 9-10% move, which is still very tradable. But for an alt, it's really not that much more. Remember, like I said in the beginning, XRP, BTC, like from that point, if we do test that weekly 9, we'll have dumped like 36%. From this point, it's right on par too. Nothing crazy for an altcoin to do that. So I'd really be watching and gauging that. Personally speaking, I'm curious to see too where the 55 is on this chart. We can see here, even just with that XRP BTC pair, we do have a silver cross. Even here, I do believe, yeah. Let me see before I say it. No, so we don't have it on the spot pairing here, which is perfectly okay. So really watch, in my opinion, support that is approaching soon, if assuming we do lose that 196. Curious to see if the 5-day has done it. There's a lot of lines. Let me get this Bollinger Band off so I can see it better. Yeah, so we see here that the 5-day, I do believe, yeah, the 5-day has silver cross. So I mean, even just seeing that in confluence to the weekly silver cross, we are approaching support around here. It's going to really be really important for bulls to just hold this 195 to 193. If not, then yeah, I do think we're going to end up going lower. Lower, in my opinion, is going to be, and we'll have to see where this EMA 100 moves. But in the most ideal scenario, if I'm going to be frank, this EMA 100 should start to move up. And if it can match closer to that 160 to 170, that'd be good. If not, then yeah, this is really, at least at minimums, looking like it wants to go to 183s, which is right around that weekly 9. But then if it doesn't lose that, then yeah, I do think XRP can easily go to 164. But I'm still going to be on the bias that crypto as a whole is going to get a bounce around here. And so if I have the bias that like Bitcoin's going to bounce around here, then I do believe XRP is approaching the bounce zone. So that is something to just keep in the back of your mind. The only thing that's really guiding my bias, so on more downside at least, is just simply the BTC weekly pairing. Really haven't tested that weekly silver cross, and we don't have to, but especially when we're already breaking down on the BTC pairing, which is we're losing support here. We did have a weekly closure. This doesn't look like a good weekly candle, and now we're rejecting the meme line. For me, next target is right around that 1955. From current price action, yeah, it's still on par, close to that 9-10% move, like we showed here on XRP BTC. No, XRP CT. All right, here, which even testing, that weekly 9, still a meaty move. It's still like we're talking a 9% move down still on XRP, but if we do end up getting this, I'm going to be looking at that as an opportunity. And it's very simple. It's like what I was mentioning with Bitcoin. If an area has been holding and it likes to hold when we're in bull markets, a pullback after making a high makes a lot of sense. It's going to be really tricky if we break these lows here. That's why generally you're going to want to see this 195 hold. But if we do get that breakdown, which is slightly looking like it's happening now, especially with the Bollinger Bands, then I am going to be gauging right around that 162 to 175. And that's why with an alt, it's a little more trickier to trade. So you're just going to have to be watching kind of the time frames, like the 5-day, the weekly, and also XRP BTC. But in my personal opinion, it wouldn't surprise me for XRP to break these lows, get a swipe down, actually test the weekly 9 before finding some kind of bottom. So I'm just going to be on that camp. And I do think this can correlate nicely with, Bitcoin trying to find a bottom around here, and Tether dominance finding some kind of resistance soon. So personally, that's all I really see with XRP. It still looks good though. It just looks like the Tether pairing still wants lower. based on the Bitcoin pairing, which seems like it does want to retest the weekly 9, which would be perfectly fine. Now with the Tether pairing, it is slightly harder because, you know, breaking that low would, you know, that's why trading also are harder, because if we end up breaking this low, it's really going to solidify that this looks like a lower high. And then we really have to question if the weekly isn't a downtrend. But, you know, with my experience with alt, it really does like to do that. Like people who trade like me, who based on trend like this, having their stops, if it does come all the way down, take the stops, make the people who are long from this point close out, only to quickly get reverted back up and then consolidate. You know, it's a very altcoin thing to do. That's why they're not the funnest to trade. And this scenario really wouldn't surprise me. So, but you know, just be mindful of that. Breaking that low would officially put us in a downtrend on XRP on the weekly. And then your best hope here would be this scenario to then break this high at 272. So $2.72. So that's all I really have on XRP. Still looks okay though. I still think it can come down slightly more.
You're muted. You're muted.
I know. I was just doing those things on purpose. I was making sure that you guys were paying attention.
Just testing this.
Exactly. I always want to keep you on your motherfucking toes. All right. Lucid, Alex.
Cool.
And here I go.
Nice.
You got the integrity.
I get that integrity weed. Integrity weed.
Did you fuck the penguin, sir?
Of course I did. I always do. Ok. Estamos viendo XRP y vamos a empezar con XRP Bitcoin. Y como siempre, nos gusta ir a timeframes más altos. Yo creo que en la mensual pone una fotografía extraordinaria, porque por primera vez desde todo el circo de acá, literalmente estuvimos encima del 55 cuando empezó a popular, pero después lo perdimos en el 2019 y nunca más lo pudimos volver a retomar. Y es un poco lo que estamos viendo acá. Estamos por encima del 55. Esta vela va a cerrar en 1 día y 8 horas. Es una vela mensual. Una vela topera, definitivamente. Una vela... Perdón. Me estoy volviendo loco. Una vela topera, pero vamos a ver si va a haber continuación o no. Lo bueno es que es verde. Tenemos, de nuevo, estamos por encima del promedio del 55, que es algo que no habíamos podido lograr en todo este tiempo desde el 2009. O sea, han pasado 5 años, cabrón, o 6, casi. Bueno, 5 y medio. Y ahora queremos ver que esta zona aguante. Si nos acercamos un poco más en la semanal, podemos ver que esta zona está formando un buen piso. Lo interesante es, tenemos un alto más alto que el de antes, eso es alcista, pero también tenemos bajos más bajos que los de antes. Y eso es bajista, como siempre. Como siempre, cripto tiene que ser un hijo de puta, aunque en realidad no tienes un bajo más bajo. Si pones esto por acá y sabes cómo hacer esto, podrás notar que no es un bajo más bajo en el macro. Y eso nos pone en una buena situación. Ahora, esto es importante notar, puse esta línea acá, la moví un poco de donde Alex la tenía puesta porque viene de este punto. Para mí, este punto alto es lo que define esta línea y también se me hace interesante que tengas todos estos cierres por encima y acá lo pierdas, intentes retestear para arriba y lo pierdas. No se ve mal, Bitcoin, XRP Bitcoin. El par no se ve nada mal. De nuevo, estás creando nuevos altos. Te está engañando acá que este es un bajo más bajo. No lo es, localmente hablando. Sí, la última vez que estuvimos ahí fue hace literalmente 3 años, pero no importa. Es un alto más, es un bajo más alto en el macro, tal cual como este es un alto más alto que todo esto. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que tenemos que enfocarnos? En poder aguantar esto. Alex tiene un bias todavía en que Bitcoin va a rebotar por ahí de los $90,000, lo que después de que haga que ese rebote vaya a llevarlo para arriba. No estoy diciendo máximos históricos, pero también esperaría el tipo de misma reacción por acá. La cosa es dónde. Esta sería la primera zona de interés en la tabla semanal de XRP Bitcoin, además de que también tenemos, básicamente aquí hay una línea bastante sencilla de identificar, que puedes poner por acá, y eso también coincide con el promedio del 9, que ese es un extra que nos llevamos acá. Si lo llevamos a la diaria, podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, solamente con más con más confluencia, viendo que estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, ahora también por debajo del 21 y vamos para abajo. Eso nos podría llevar a la zona donde el 55 esté llegando y ese 55 está justamente llegando a esta zona. Aquí es donde creemos que XRP puede encontrar un fondo antes de o rebotar y romper su alto histórico o simplemente chopear de lado. Ahora los voy a llevar a la tabla de XRP en sí mismo y podemos ver que esta zona que es tan importante que hemos dicho por un rato, el del 1.95, está todavía aguantando, pero tenemos este cruce del 9 para abajo, el 21 en nuestra tabla diaria en XRP y eso nos podría llevar a esta zona, donde tal vez encontremos fondo o acá y podamos consolidar antes de continuar para arriba, o tal vez vayamos a esta zona donde está el promedio del 55 en el 1.8, haciéndole un front run a esta zona donde tenemos este máximo, y de aquí haga esto como se debe y de ahí poder continuar. O la zona de máxima oportunidad en el análisis de hoy sería llegar a este punto, al 1.6, chopear por acá, y de acá irnos a reventar a la alza. Eso es lo que nosotros, o bueno, Alex es lo que cree que tiene la mayor posibilidad de ser el escenario que se está presentando en XRP. Vamos a verlo cuando lo vemos acá. También tienes confluencia que el 83%, el 88.3% es donde está el 55%. Y pueden ver que acá ya está bastante sobrecalentada el bajadón y el ajuste en la diaria. Vamos a ver en la semanal dónde estamos. En la semanal estamos muy por encima, por lo que también no tiene continuación a la alza. Interesante cómo se ve esto en el HPDR. Déjame ver la de 12 horas. A ver a qué le damos. Ok, la de 12 horas nos da más confluencia, que tenemos más camino para recorrer. Y esto le da confluencia al análisis de Alex, que probablemente se pare por acá del 1.9 hasta el 1.8. Bastante interesante. Ya lo tienen. Simplemente estamos ante lo que parece ser chopear de lado en una consolidación como lo que estamos viendo con Bitcoin. Sí, tienes bajos más bajos, bajos más altos hasta ahora, pero también tienes altos más bajos. Estos fueron más altos que estos, pero son más bajos que estos. Altos más bajos, bla, bla, bla. Entonces, lo que creemos es que XRP va a continuar chopeando de lado, tal vez encontrar un fondillo por acá en una buena oportunidad, sería en el 1.88, en una excelente oportunidad el 1.6 y cualquier cosa debajo de eso tendríamos que reanalizar esto y darle otra vuelta a ver qué es lo que esperamos. Pero bastantes oportunidades chidas de long, sobre todo aquí en el 1.89, porque tu invalidación está bastante cerca. Así que atentos por acá. Ahí lo tienen, XRPP. Y ahora vamos a Roblox. Vamos a ver. Roblox.
The video game that has driven many parents completely broke.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like me with gambling.
Roblox.
You know, it's a statistical fact that 99% of people quit gambling right before they're about to make $1 gajillion dollars.
That's what you're a fucking degenerate.
Oh, dude, I have to get the fuck off my computer, bro.
That could be it.
Yeah, because I just kept gambling.
Just keep going.
I just wake up every single morning just shaking, can't wait to gamble some more. It's called dedication, not addiction.
At the end of the day, this is what we're doing, right? We're just fucking serial gamblers wearing a suit, pretending that, you know, this is not gambling, that this is some financial stuff that is very sophisticated.
Did you see Binance's tweet yesterday when Binance was like, imagine yourself sitting at a desk with a suit and tie trading crypto? And then I retweeted and I was like, it's never been more Jover.
I did not see it. I'm going to look it up right now.
So right now on the 2-week on Roblox, we have a fresh silver cross to the upside, but we did put in a top candle, so I would be looking for a retest of the 9 EMA pretty soon. But what I think is probably going to happen is that the 9 EMA is going to rise to maybe meet where the 61.8% is in the HPDR, and then we can get a reconnect there. Right
Hang on,
now,
sorry. Would you get closer to your microphone? It sounds like the sound is reflecting somewhere than hitting your microphone.
how's it now?
That's
Much
perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
So because we do have a fresh silver cross to the upside, I do think we're going to get a reconnect with this 9 EMA, but I don't think it's going to happen right now. I think what's going to happen is that this 9 EMA is going to rise a little bit and meet up where the 61.8% is right now, which is at about $56.41. Because right now, if we were to reconnect with the 9 EMA, we would basically erase all of this entire move to the upside. So I do think this 9 EMA is going to rise a little bit, go to where the 61.8% is, maybe a little bit higher. And that's where we would reconnect with the 9 EMA and then like put it in our next higher low and then end up while also at the same time having these HPR ranges move up, and then we can continue this rally to the upside. And if you look at what it gives you confluence for that is if you look at our HPR momentum and volatility, they're getting to pretty high levels. Like right now, momentum is at 84.7%, volatility is also 84.7%. What's more likely to happen, because this thing kind of likes to top out in the 80s. Like the only time it really went up to the 90s was right over here, when it literally went up only from its macro low. So I would much more rather trust on the side that this trend is going to hold true instead of this one, and that we will find some our local top somewhere around the 80s right now, which we have as of this moment, where then we could reconnect with the 9 EMA and then we have a retest of that silver cross, HPDR ranges move up, and then we can continue the rally. If you look at the jewel right now, the jewel is just about to enter the critical zone as well. So this is a natural area for resistance. This is the area where the jewel would, like if you want a healthy rally, the jewel would project the first time around, flip back around, base off of this pink moving average, and then make its way back into the critical area. See if I can find a comparable thing. Nope, not enough data. I have no idea why this dude loves to sit on my keyboard so much.
Because of your fingers and the food.
That makes some sense. On the weekly, though, we have closed above the top 38.2%, and we're currently still just basing off of it. So as long as we're still holding over this top 38.2%, there's not really much danger of us going lower from where we are right now. And not only are we holding the top 38.2%, but we're still holding the 5 EMA on the weekly as solid support, where we've been holding it ever since we initially broke out in October 21st, where we made our previous higher low right at the 5 EMA. Now we're making our next higher low at the 5 EMA. If we do lose this 5 EMA, though, then it'll make it much more likely that we're going to lose this 38.2%. And that brings us down to the 9, which right now is at about like $55.52. And below that, you would hit the median. This is where you would start to get worried. Like if you get down around here and you don't see a very solid bounce, then it's much more likely this entire rally is going to get erased and you're going to come back down to the 55 and the 50% on the HPDR, which right now is at roughly like $45 area, $44 area. But that's just an idea, something to look out for and be cautious if we lose this 38.2%. But as of right now, we are getting a pretty solid bounce right off of 38.2. Same thing on the 5 day with the 5 EMA. It's bouncing right where it needs to. And as long as it holds this 5 EMA, then we have probabilities of going up to this retest this top 38.2%, which right now is at $60.38. And if you look at our 5-day momentum, it's still pointed down. Volatility is still pointed down. So it's still in a corrective posturing. If we do close over this top 38.2%, then momentum is going to start shifting back up. It's going to make its way back into the bullish control, and volatility is going to shift up to support it. But right now, both of them are pointing down, and it's still in corrective posturing. Right now, we are kind of getting that on the 2-day, where momentum is starting to flip back up from a full reset. Came back from roughly like 87% to 0, and now it's flipping back up, while volatility is also flipping back up from very close to 0%, somewhere around like 3 to 4%. That would give you an idea that most of the correction is probably done, and maybe we can go a little bit lower, but very likely not much lower before this overall trend does continue back to the upside. Check out the jewel. The jewel is also kind of at this moment basing off of this yellow moving average, the slow one. If it does lose the yellow one, then we likely go lower and we'll probably retest right here at the edge of the bullish control zone. And then this is going to be the area, because the trend is still up, where we're very likely to flip back up. But right now, we are at a major support right at this yellow slow moving average. And it also coincides with us being right at the median on the HPDR as well. Daily is bouncing right off of the 21 EMA.
But as long as we're below the median, though, we still are in more of like a cautious area, because as long as we're below the median, probabilities are that we come back down and test the bottom 38.2% at $56.09. But if we do close over the median, though, which right now is at $58.93, that would increase probabilities significantly that we go up to test the 88.3, which right now the 88.3 is at $68.83. Damn, if only it was 17 cents more. But you can't have everything what you want, right? And right now, the daily momentum is starting to flip back up after a full reset. Volatility is still to the downside, but it's in extreme lows. If we do close over this median, though, volatility is going to flip back up to support the momentum to the upside, and that's going to give us a very nice move to the upside, like we got right here, where we actually went up above the 88.3%. We didn't quite make it to 95, but we went to the 88.3 and went above it. That would take us $69. Very nice.
As long as it goes to 69, I'm a buyer.
It can go to 0 after that. I don't care.
I don't give a fuck.
The Florida right now is bouncing perfectly off the bottom 38.2%. Where after like price was above it for a good amount of time, and then the 38.2 caught up. Then price moved its way back into 38.2, lost it for a little bit, but this was kind of total fake out, where it went below and then ended up closing well back above it. And now we're still within it, but we're below the median. So the confirmation that this correction is over is going to be a 4-hour close over the median, which right now is at $59.55. If we get that, then very likely this correction is over and we're going to continue towards $69. Nice.
69 is inevitable. Sounds like it.
69 is programmed. That's financial advice, by the way. You can buy calls for $69. End of the week, too.
Damn, get aggressive. End of the year. Forget about end of the week.
A monthly still has active hidden bullish divergence as long as we're closing above, as of this month, above $47.95, which we're a decent amount above. It doesn't seem like that much because we're all degenerates trading crypto, but $47, we're at $58.50. It's a decent amount for a stock like this.
Yeah, and volatility, the setup on volatility is insane.
Yep, volatility is flipping up from the low it has ever been in Roblox history. While we have hidden bullish divergence active, and we have the jewel flipping back up, and the jewel is just about to enter into the critical zone. And we're getting we haven't had a close yet, but in a day and 5 hours, we're going to get a close over every one of these previous lower highs. That would give us probabilities of coming back up to retest this breakdown point right around $100. That's a good move.
Mm-hmm.
2 week has hidden regular bullish divergence active. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $57.49. We have hit most of the targets, though. The only next target we could look at would be the critical zone, which right now it's at $71.98. And as long as we're closing above $57.30. Yeah, $57.30. It's more likely that we do go continue to the upside to hit this critical zone at $71.98. Weekly had some bearish divergence. Bears didn't really manage to do much before it was invalidated. Just got a test with the 9 EMA. Bears on Roblox on the weekly were like Cardano holders. Oof, daily is about to put in some nice bearish divergence though. We got 4 hours and 7 minutes to go for the bulls to be able to save this. As long as we close below $58.33 though, the bearish divergence is going to be confirmed. Where is it? Yeah, 58. That's not the right one. My bad. $57.89. If we close below that, the bearish divergence is going to be confirmed, which we are kind of dancing on the edge right now. This is the logical area where you would expect a bounce because it's right at the middle area of the RSI. But if we do close below that number though, then because the volatility is coming from such low areas, we would have to look at the bearish control zone, which right now the bearish control zone sits at $52.22, which that's crazy. It's only $6 down from here. People who are degenerates like us used to trading crypto is like only $6 down.
Yeah,
that's it.
Sounds like ridiculous.
And 4 hours already confirmed multiple drives of bearish divergence, while volatility is at 0%. And the jewel is flipping back over around on the 4 hour, also giving you a sell signal. It is giving you a short-term idea of down. But what we would want to see is not, if you are short on this right now based on the bearish divergence, so you would not want to see a 4 hour close over $59.90. If you get a close over that, then the divergence is invalidated and you're probably going to continue back up and make a new high on this rally. And as long as you're below that number, you're likely to come back down and test this 55 EMA, especially since we lost the 9 and the 21. And that would be around like $56, $55. So until we get a closure over that previous lower high, what is more likely though is that we retest that 55 on the 4 hour. Let's check the momentum. That'll confirm it for us. Bad news, fellas. I'm all out of Coke Zero.
You're out of Coke Zero?
Yep, I just freshly ran out. It's
That
haram.
is terrible news. God damn.
You got to get it for the trading system.
Someone call 911.
My buddies in Dubai would say haram. All right, so the monthly on the momentum chart is now getting a momentum and volatility setup, kind of similar to the Hamas setup, because we're at the lowest points in volatility we've ever been in Roblox history. We're breaking into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $51.50. So if somehow in the next day and 5 hours bears can drop it below that number, then it's probably fucked, because then it's going to be a rejection of the critical zone. You're going to very likely retest the bearish control zone. But as of this moment, as long as we're closing over $51.50, we do have kind of a Hamas setup. And that does make sense also because we're over every single one of these highs, and the logical target would be somewhere around $100.
Yeah, I just remembered that Roblox is one of my positions in my IRA portfolio, which should be fucking fire.
Nice. Do you remember what point you bought it at?
Dude, I started buying at literally, hang on a second, because I have it all charted on this one, on this bad boy. I started buying right here at the $30 mark when it fell on 2022, December 2022. That's when I started my purchases.
Jeez, you're a bigly.
Yeah. And by the way, that's my IRA. I promised myself not to look at it until like I can actually take it, because otherwise I'm gonna go crazy. Because I've just been buying all of my favorite ones. I've just been buying. I think the only one I might be at a loss maybe is Enovix.
You're gonna be day trading the IRA like a real degenerate.
At some point I did, but now I changed the format. Just fucking buy that, put an order to buy every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday to Friday with different things, and then just fucking go for it. And it's not a lot of money, it's just, but hopefully in 10, 20, 30 years it's going to be a lot.
Fingers crossed, inshallah.
Oh, please I beg you.
You're gonna get a Pagani Zonda on the show and display.
Fuck yeah. The
weekly is still pointed to the upside, still within the critical zone, and still pointed up as long as we're above $54.56. 5 day is still in the critical zone, still pointed up as long as we're above $54.85. 2 day is now starting to shift down, while volatility is also contracting, which is telling you this is a corrective move before we end up going higher. And we are pointed down as long as we're below $61.04. Daily is almost fully reset on volatility now after getting our double extreme. And volatility is sitting currently at like 4%, 3%. We have lost the critical zone on the momentum, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $60.80. What I'd love to see is that for the bull side, is that the volatility has completely reset, while momentum is just about to touch the edge of the bullish control zone. This is the area where you would see a logical bounce, and if you do see a bounce here at the edge of the bullish control zone, you're going to get volatility expansion from below 5%. and that should give you a very nice move to the upside. 4 hours already at 0% on our volatility. A little bit of a worrying signal. The 4 hours kind of rejecting the bullish control zone right now, and we're going to be pointing down below $59.11. Go a little bit lower. 2 hours giving us many periods of 0% volatility, while momentum is pointed down below $59. So if you look on the super high time frames, like the highest that you get data for, which is around the 2 week, we are getting a very nice setup to the upside because we're over every single one of our previous lower highs, and that would give it within the next day. That'll confirm. That'll give us a target of somewhere around $100, and momentum is solidly pointing to the upside in those time frames too. But then you come back down a little bit lower, and momentum is starting to shift down. And it is giving us an idea of a little bit of a correction, somewhere maybe around $55 or $56. And that's the area where I would look for the next higher low. While volatility is resetting, then volatility can flip back up. Momentum will test the edge of the bullish control zone. And it theoretically should bounce, considering it's in an uptrend. And that should take us somewhere around $100. Timing is going to be a little bit difficult, maybe within the next year and a half, 2 years. But it does seem like that this is going to hit $100 within the next 1 or 2 years, as long as it doesn't absolutely nuke within the next day.
That'd be fucking awesome if he does. I'll be paying attention then. Thank you, sir. My IRA.
If you need money, if you have an annual annuity and you need cash now, call JG Wentworth.
Oh man, you know the jingles. I only know the injury attorneys.
877 cash now.
My favorite is the one in Austin. I think he's all over Texas. 444 444.
Yeah.
You mean the Texas Hammer?
That dude has Super Bowl ads. Like that's how much money that motherfucker makes. Call 4444 44444. There's not enough fours in the world.
If you ever have trouble with the law in Texas, you got to call Joma.
Joma, that's the guy.
That's the dude who basically gets everybody out. Like he has TikTok videos where like, what are you accused of? He goes, I'm accused of beating my baby mama. I'm accused of this. I'm accused of that.
And he's like, no problem.
And he's like, what's the verdict? Not guilty. People in the comments like, this is the most guilty motherfucker I've seen in my life.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, sir. Okay. Estamos viendo Roblox en la de 12 horas, no sé por qué razón, pero lo están viendo en este momento. Ahí les voy a poner rápidamente la mensual porque creo que en Roblox está dando algo delicioso. Pueden ver que tengo conectado este mínimo de la primera vela que pudimos ver cuando abrió en marzo del 2021 hasta ahora. Justamente es la resistencia que se está encontrando en este momento Roblox, pero por primera vez en la historia Roblox en agosto de este año pudo cerrar por encima, bueno, en septiembre, bueno, en agosto lo hizo, en agosto del 2024 tuvo su primer cierre por encima del promedio del 21 y después tuviste 1, 2, 3, 4 y ahora por primera vez en toda la historia el promedio del 9 está por encima del 21 y vamos para arriba. Y lo que estamos notando es, obviamente, estamos creando nuevos altos relativamente en esta zona y bajos más altos. Lo pueden ver acá, el bajo, siguiente bajo más alto, siguiente bajo más alto, por lo que estamos en una tendencia alcista en la mensual. Cuando les pongo la volatilidad, pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo del punto más bajo que ha estado por encima del promedio, está en 71.11% y a Roblox le gusta estar caliente, damas y caballeros, en extremos de volatilidad. Para la gente que no sepa qué estamos viendo, este es un indicador que se llama BBWP que nos dice cómo va la volatilidad para saber si está apoyando al movimiento. Y si eso nos va a decir que ese movimiento tiene más camino o no. Esto nos diría que este movimiento mensual, que estamos viendo en Roblox tiene mucho más movimiento. La volatilidad cuando la ven en estos periodos quiere decir que está al 100%, esos son extremos. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la blanca y cuando tenemos a la volatilidad encima de la línea blanca y por encima del 15%, que está muy por acá abajo, lo consideramos expandiendo y esta volatilidad está expandiendo justamente acá. ¿Y eso qué es? Una vela verde tremenda y eso nos dice que muy probablemente vayamos a ver más velas verdes. Así que bonito el setup en la mensual. Ahora nos queremos meter ya donde todas las cosas buenas populen. Lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos viendo justamente esta consolidación, estamos teniendo un cruce plateado en la de 2 semanas, bastante rico. justamente acá en este tope. En este gráfico de 2 semanas también estamos viendo la volatilidad expandir desde, sí, el punto más bajo que puso, y ahora la tenemos en el 56%. Eso nos quiere decir, la última vez que la volatilidad se revertió fue en el 69%, todavía tiene bastante, nice para el 69%. Tenemos una vez más cruce plateado, lo pueden ver acá, el naranja, el amarillo por encima del naranja, tenemos el promedio del 9 y nuestro promedio del 100 que empieza a popular justamente en los $50. Pero donde quiero traer su atención es a justamente el promedio de las 9. Esta vela va a cerrar en 4 días y 4 horas. No sé cómo es eso posible. Bueno, cada quien lo que sea, verga. Son muy raros estos cierres del mercado tradicional. Quiero traer su atención a esta zona del 52, 53. ¿Ok? Los voy a acercar un poco más, pero no antes de ponerles el HPDR, damas y caballeros, y poder darnos cuenta que estamos bastante por encima de la zona azul, estamos por encima de la media que se encuentra en 44, y esto nos daría el empuje para poder lograr llegar o al 63 o un viajecito de vuelta al 61.8%, que es justamente donde tengo mi línea meme en el 53. Bien, con eso listo y dicho y puesto, tenemos acá la mensual. En la mensual también vemos que nuestro promedio del 9 ya está bastante por encima de ello. Nuestra media está en 51 y nuestra línea meme que estoy diciendo está en 53.03%. Lo que queremos convertir es que esto se vuelva una base, porque pueden ver que acá fue resistencia hasta que lo rompimos y ahora lo queremos volver en soporte. Si llegáramos a caer acá, esto va a subir obviamente con este cierre en 4 días y 4 horas, pero no nos sorprendería ver justamente esto subir y que más o menos la media se encuentre por acá. En cuanto a volatilidad se refiere en la semanal, estamos viendo que ya se está dando la vuelta para abajo, tal vez está algo cansado el movimiento. No estamos tan en extremos tampoco, pero sí hemos llegado al 95%. Este toque fue justamente el 95%. Entonces, tal vez necesitamos un poco de consolidación antes de poder continuar con este movimiento a la alza. En la diaria la volatilidad se está reseteando, está llegando una vez más a niveles bastante bajos, ha llegado a periodos de cero volatilidad. Si la volatilidad es extremos altos acá en rojo o en naranja, en azules, piénsalo como hielo, en cero. Entonces, va a una vez más hacer esto, pero interesante, en la diaria empezamos a ver un poco de esta corrección de la que estamos platicando, donde podemos ver que nos está rechazando la media en 58.93, aunque nos gustaría cerrar por acá en 3 horas 53 minutos. Si cerramos por encima de la media, vamos a tener un viaje gratis a nuevos altos, no son históricos, pero son locales, y si no, muy probablemente esto vaya a bajar y nos vaya a dar confluencia junto con nuestro promedio del 55, una vez más a la línea meme que está en el 53.74. Siempre y cuando estemos por ahí aguantando en esta zona, yo creo que todo se ve bien. En la de 2 horas se está printeando una volatilidad de jamás potente. Vamos a ver a dónde va a llevarnos el movimiento, muy probablemente a esta zona, pero todavía falta para que se dé. Y dicho y hecho, básicamente lo que estamos viendo, y también pueden verlo en la de 12 horas, si quieres hacer el front run en la de 12 horas, rechazo de la 9, esta cierra en 3 horas 52 minutos igual que la otra, y eso nos llevaría a un viaje gratis al 56.18 y de no aguantar, muy probablemente al 53. Con eso dicho y hecho, Roblox se ve bastante bien a largo plazo. Lo que tiene cara ahorita es de que simplemente quiere consolidar en estos momentos antes de poder dar continuación a su siguiente movimiento. No nos sorprendería para nada ver algo así y que dé continuación después. Eso no nos sorprendería para nada. Y objetivos bastante altos, honestamente. Es un poco loco decirlo, pero es cierto. Si ya estamos en esta zona rompiendo este punto que es pivote, en mi opinión, todo precio te cuenta una historia. Una vez que estuvimos por encima de este precio, logramos llegar hasta los $141. Una vez por debajo, vimos mínimos históricos. Y este cierre acá también lo valida, más allá de solamente estos liquidity grabs que hizo. Tuviste un cierre por debajo, luego lo recuperó y luego lo volvió a perder. Esto a mí me dice que esta zona es muy importante. Una vez pasada, vamos a ver nuestros nuevos rangos. De ahí nos iremos al 73 tranquilamente a los 100 y de ahí podremos ver si va a haber continuación o no, pero va a tomar va a tomar tiempo. Así que nada mal, ahí tienen Roblox, se ve bastante bien. Felicidades a todos ustedes los que lo tengan y estén holdeando con cojones a largo plazo, porque esto, en mi opinión, va a ser una de esas a muy largo plazo que va a hacer un chingo de lana. Ok, pero eso solo es mi opinión. Recuerden, yo no sé nada, etcétera. Alex, we got Lucid right here.
Nice. Yeah, I just wanted to mention this. I mean, after 5 red 6-month candles, and hopefully I don't jinx it, but which I don't think I will, because it's up 16%. We're finally making our first green candle in the 6 months. So
bullish as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. No, I just thought that was funny. That's insane. 30 months of just down. And when you really look at the monthly here, you know, it really puts in perspective, like, just a solid downtrend, as solid as they come, which is consistent lower highs and lower lows, lower highs and lower lows. You know, this is it's not bullish. And, you know, bulls have a lot to actually do to kind of flip this to become bullish. Firstly, you know, reclaiming that monthly 9 will be a good start. And then actually basing and holding it, not something that occurred in August, which we reclaimed it and then quickly lost it, leading to even a new low after that. What bulls really want is that 314 to actually get reclaimed by tomorrow. Then what they can argue about for is they're just going to consolidate above that and ideally get 1 or 2 more months of it, you know, holding the 9. For now, though, we are pressing it, and that has been a very steady spot of rejection for Lucid, essentially on the monthly. So, you know, tomorrow's going to be a really big day for Lucid. Something to note about the monthly BBWP is we are at the lowest we've ever really been in this zone here. You know, so whenever we do start expanding, which still for now it is still in that contracting manner, still under the moving average, it will be actually interesting to see where this, you know, kind of moves or updates when we do get that next month, you know, candle closure, which is happening tomorrow. So that's the monthly, kind of puts in perspective. If you want this monthly trend to flip, it's first you're going to need that monthly 9 to get reclaimed. People who like the 5, we can see we already are reclaiming that, so that's a good sign. Really, for me, it's all about that 9 though, and then once we reclaim that 9, holding above it, and then actually breaking $4.46. That's, in my opinion, the last lower high here on this monthly downtrend. We break that $4.46, $4.40. What's the actual number here? $4.43. We break that even on a wick basis. To me, this will then shift the monthly in an uptrend, and you know, then that'll be a really good start for bulls. So, you know, that's the monthly that puts it in perspective. For things like the weekly, then when we start breaking it down, you can see here bulls are really trying on the weekly to push us out. We were in this range here, wasn't really looking good a few weeks ago. Luckily, bulls stepped in, broke us out. We're now basing on the EMA 34, and that's a good sign. You can see just where that EMA 100 is steadily coming closer to that $5.41, a major level for Lucid to actually reclaim if it even wants a chance to get like back above $6, maybe even press the $8 zone. Until then, I'm going to be looking at this little weekly range we're in as that, like a range. And so we press the resistance at $3.42. Now we see we do have major support right around. You can treat this dash line like a mid-range. You know, it's right around that 280 level. Breaking that then would take us all the way back down to the 251, 249 level. That's how I'm going to treat Lucid moving forward. It's just in a range. So we're at the top of the range. We are holding the EMA 34 in the weekly. It's going to be very crucial for bulls to hold this zone. Holding this zone, excuse me, would actually be a nice back test of that SMA 200 on the daily. You can see here we're just simply trying to hold that into support. You know, an area that Lucid does like to hold into support once it does get reclaimed. It's just not until we start breaking down and losing that where we do get our deeper pullbacks. If we just look at the history of Lucid too, you can just see how big this SMA 200 on the daily is and how important it is for Lucid to actually hold that reclaim. Because on this whole bear market, which granted the monthly is still in the downtrend, but the daily can start shifting. And this getting reclaimed is a major shift, in my opinion, for Lucid. We're just really going to want that to hold. We can see here when it was below it and it reclaimed it and then back tested it on this reclaim because it's going to be a little choppy. held it here. This was basically what sparked the bigger move up that took us, from the 20s all the way up to the high 50s. So it is a major level that, right now Lucid is trying to backtest and hold. On top of that, on the daily, we do have a silver cross that is fairly fresh. So, ideally in this zone, you're going to actually want to see Lucid hold. If we took the bands on, you can see exactly where that is, which is a 78.6% level. It just kind of solidifies why this zone here is going to be important for Lucid to hold. Ideally, it holds the psychological number at $3, but it easily could wick down and actually hit that SMA 200 at 291. You're just not going to want to see any daily closures under that SMA 200, in my opinion. If you do, then that'll be what sparks the bigger move down. And that bigger move down to me is right around that 278, 279, to maybe even a little lower, closer to that 274. That to me would be the next zone. If we throw the weekly on here, you can see losing that EMA 34 would take us right back to that EMA 21. Right around that 280 to even right here, you see the weekly 9 at 278. Just solidifies why we'd want that area to hold. If we do get a pullback and we end up tapping that 280 to 279 zone, what bulls are really going to be looking for around there is some kind of like bear trap where we actually grind out some higher low here, break this last high, and then trek on to actually try to flip the monthly to an uptrend, which would be dependent on breaking these highs, like I mentioned. That's going to be the next big zone for bulls, is if the weekly can really shift and actually hold essentially that 279 level, grind out some higher low here, and then break out. That's going to look really good, and it's going to give bulls the seam they actually need to actually flip that monthly. If the monthly flips, then yeah, you can just see really clearly that 21 is all the way at that $5 zone. Getting back above that $5 zone puts us in a mega range for Lucid. And I mean like $5.51 support, and all the way around here, around $8 could be the next zone. That would be pretty massive overall, especially, even if we got that monthly reclaim, we're talking about a potential on the low 66%, which is pretty massive. But remember, it's on a monthly chart, so this will take time. But when I see the monthly volatility as low as it's ever been, we have just steadily been going down. Once we do get that trend shift, that really could be what is the beginning of a bigger move, in my opinion. I'm curious to see how the monthly bands are looking. Nothing much. They are contracting slightly, but nothing worth watching yet. So remember, tomorrow's going to be a big closure for Lucid. It's going to start with the monthly reclaiming that 9. If it can do that, it's going to really start looking good as long as we consolidate above that. And simply put here, on the 2-month, we do see here that $4 zone does come up. So, that $4.46 resistance is going to be important. Essentially, it's coming in right around. Yeah, there's a marginal error, of like a few percentage. I always say that, and it's like 20%. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's actually quite big.
It literally is.
Yeah, no,
20% basically.
Yeah, never mind, not marginal error. Scratch that. But essentially, if you're bullish on Lucid right now, I understand where it's coming from, and it makes sense to me. You just really don't want to disregard the monthly trend, and you don't want a few green candles to really make you forget essentially where we're at in the chart. There are things though shifting here. So like if Lucid can hold this retest here and hold above the SMA 200 on the daily, then you do have an argument of it going up higher. If we really start deviating this SMA 200, that is what could spark the bigger move. And then if we don't hold that 270, the daily silver cross is now invalidated. The weekly here is then going to lose that 9 again. We know that's pretty devastating for Lucid. Anytime we do deviate that 9, it usually is what sparks a bigger move down. Even here, you see we reclaimed it, lost it, bigger move down. And then even here, we lost it here, chopped, bigger move down. So you're generally going to want to see this zone at 279, call it 274 to like 279 hold. A pullback, though, wouldn't surprise me to get that. Especially when we've been going up for, what is this now, 6 weeks of just green up only on the weekly, would make sense to get some kind of consolidation here maybe a slight pullback. You know, and a stock metric that, let's see here, from that point down, I mean, that's pretty good. 17, 18%. You know, we know Lucid moves very volatile, but in my book, that's still a pretty good flush out overall. And it could still keep for the overall trend and the argument that this could be some higher low before the monthly really does try to break out. But until, right, BBWP is under the moving average and we still are sloping down. We still have to look at this as still contracting, but, you know, considering where we're at with the monthly volatility, it does make sense to start really watching Lucid because a bigger move is coming and this could go down. Especially when we know the monthly trend is down, this easily could reject the 9 and then really start losing that 279 level and then break down into next month. But this is some hopium here, especially since we are still very close to reclaiming that monthly 9. That Lucid really could try into 2025 to actually start moving up. You know, especially just with that posturing of the daily, with the SMA 200 getting back tested now. Let me delete this. There's no confusion. You know, we're very close here. And I like where that 9 is actually coming right above the slow moving average at SMA 200. That's quite bullish for me. That means that this is supporting price action essentially. We know that with that silver cross on the daily. So, you know, don't be surprised if Lucid does end up going to that 279, 280 on a wick basis. But generally speaking, this is the zone that you'd want to actually start looking to potentially go long on Lucid if it's going to hold. Right around 291 is that spot, which is right around that SMA 200. Let me see if I can see anything else before I go. Can see here again just where that 2-day 9 is. No silver cross on the 2-day, but we do have the 9 flipping the 21, and again just zoning into this 280, that 279 zone. You can just see here on all time frames we see it is support, so that should be the next logical area to hold. If we do get that bigger breakdown. Here you see that 3-day 9 is now crossing the 21, and all the moving averages that I watch are coming in right around that 279 zone, plus the weekly here, and then even on the HBDR if we see. One thing to note about Lucid is, you know, if we start really looking at the medians are actually, we're all very above them on all the higher time frames. So there's the weekly median now at 185. Prices at $3. We see the two-week median here just freshly got reclaimed. And where does that sit nicely? Right around 278. So just again ties in why that zone should be the next, if we get a deeper pullback, the next spot to be watching. You can even see here that monthly median is right at $1.84. And so when we're going on the HBDR and we're seeing this, you know, things are shifting to more bullish. We see here that even on that 2-month closure, we did lose the 2-month median, but again, that still went all the way down, all the way to 150. So now we did open above, and you know we're going to now get 2 candles above that monthly, above that 2-month median essentially, which hasn't happened in. Let's see, we got 1 here and we lost it. We're going to get 1 closure, and then ideally the next one will open. So yeah, that'll be 2 closures or 2 candles above it. On the 2-month, we've actually never done that before, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we've never done that. And again, it just ties into like things are starting to shift more bullish for Lucid. You know, and granted, on this 2-month, this could easily come up. I don't think it will, but it could. So that's why we're gonna have to really gauge to see where it opens into tomorrow or the next day. But Lucid is looking like it wants to put in a big move. You can even see where we bounce nicely from here, which is the top of the 382. We're now losing it, reclaiming the 618. Again, just ties in nicely to why I do think into 2025, Lucid will see a bigger bounce. You know, and those bigger bounces easily could come simply where I showed you where that monthly 9 is, not the monthly 9, it was the 2-month 9. My apologies. Right where that 2-month 9 is, right around $4. But even, I mean, the level we're at now, $3 all the way up to 2, is still pretty impressive going into 2025. So I definitely wouldn't be sleeping on Lucid. I wouldn't be going balls deep long yet on Lucid. I would be patiently waiting for this chart because, you know, this chart's very choppy. And, you know, it really does like to kind of screw everyone over. Big breakouts, comes back down, makes some lower high, and then just full on nukes out. But for now, as long as we are above, call it like I've been saying, 279, I am going to be bullish on Lucid. You're going to want the daily to just hold above that. You're going to want this EMA 9 to kind of hold right where that SMA 200 is. And then any, major pullback needs to just act as a spring, quickly get reclaimed to go up. That way, then we can actually start making the weekly shift and get more structure by forming a higher low before a higher high break. Then bulls are going to be really trying to break this last high here, right around $4.41. In doing so, breaking that, that'll give us a clear measure target right around that $5 zone, in my opinion. But also, most importantly, break that monthly downtrend that has essentially been keeping Lucid down for, since it started here, in 2022. So that's been just like a multi-year downtrend. So that'll be really interesting to see if it breaks. And even on the monthly, you can see reclaiming that 9, which we're very close, and then breaking the overall downtrend would give us that next target right around that $5 that I'm talking about. Getting back above $5, I do think is going to be hard. I'd expect some big pullback there. And then the question just will be if we hold the overall uptrend structure, and that's probably where we get some higher low on the monthly. So it'll take time. Reclaiming back above $5 though puts us in a major range on Lucid, and we're talking, like I said, like resistance being $8 to $9, which is pretty impressive from $3. So we just simply need to see how tomorrow closes though. But yeah, it's looking good, and I'm surprised to see Lucid actually shifting to more bullish and actually looking not the worst. I mean, relative, it is trying at least. So we'll really see, and I'll be eyeing this for possibly an academy trade going into next year. So
yeah, Lucid is looking legit. Interesting. I mean, does that mean that they're actually going to make more than 2 cars? Crazy. I guess we'll see.
Have you seen though? There's no panel gaps. The quality is just so good.
That's what it. Fucking Elon is so stupid, focusing on cars that can drive themselves and not fixing the panel gaps, which is the most important thing. God damn it! All righty, thank you, Alex. And what do we got after? We got virtual AITX. Oh, AITX, basically.
Okay, let me see. TX. Oh, artificial intelligence. All right, cool.
Just throw AI in the ticker and it'll go up.
Yeah,
it's basically what's happening. Yeah. AITX, baby.
Yeah.
Wow. Ok. Estamos viendo por acá Lucid. Bueno, ya no. ¿Sabe por qué? Me emputaron, me hicieron cambiar de opinión y ya no les voy a enseñar Lucid. Perdón, mi puto mouse. Estamos viendo una tabla de 6 meses. La razón por la que quiero que vean esto es porque es completamente ridículo lo que ha vivido Lucid. Salió a la venta por ahí de los 10, la primera vela en 6 meses, que también me imagino que duró nada. Se quedó por ahí, de ahí de los $10, se fue hasta un tope de $65 y ahora está cotizando en $3. Ha tenido, de nuevo, estas son velas de 6 meses. 1 año, 2 años y medio. Y esta es la primera vez después de 2 años y medio que va a tener una vela verde. Si es que en 1 día y 4 horas no tenemos un cierre sorpresivo, si llegamos a bajar de los 2.67, esta vela se volvería roja y entonces olvidemos lo que estamos diciendo. Pero por ahora, por el próximo día y 4 horas, esto tiene cara de que va a pintar bien, ¿ok? Solamente quería decir eso. No hay nada en volatilidad acá, obviamente. Acercándonos un poco más, vamos a ver la de 3 meses. Si en 3 meses tenemos algo, estamos en extremos. Esto quiere decir que esta caída, básicamente esto es el extremo. Si lo quieres considerar algo desde el principio. Estamos muy por debajo del promedio del 9, que está en los 6.30 en la trimestral, y la volatilidad no nos dice nada más que estamos en extremos. En la mensual podemos empezar a ver varias cosas. 1, tenemos el promedio del 9, que nos encanta y es lo que consideramos para que algo esté básicamente que sea alcista. Pero hemos visto que el 21 comenzó a popular, casi nos rechazó acá, no lo llegamos a tocar. Acá tuvimos nuestro primer cierre, la primera vez, encima del promedio del 9, pero después lo perdimos, nos rechazó, hicimos un nuevo mínimo histórico. Y ahora justamente en los 3.14 tenemos nuestra siguiente puerta. y esta puerta se va a abrir o no. Tenemos un día y 4 horas para subir 14 centavos, bueno, básicamente 9 centavos y poder tener un cierre encima del promedio de las 9, que sería lo ideal si somos alcistas. Si somos bajistas, lo estamos viendo tal cual y ahí lo queremos dejar, básicamente. Déjame ver dónde está el promedio del 5 en esta temporalidad, que no me va a servir de absolutamente nada. 2.85. Ok, yo diría que la línea en la arena para no perder si somos alcistas es el 2.85. Perdiendo el 2.85 mañana, se vería del culo y esto se básicamente voltearía. Vamos a ver si en la mensual tenemos un setup de volatilidad. Absolutamente no. Aunque la volatilidad está en el punto más bajo que ha estado en esta tabla en la mensual y está a punto de expandir sobre el promedio, que es la línea blanca. Esto nos daría un setup potente, así que atentos a esto, sea a la alza o a la baja, muy probablemente va a ser a la alza, porque esto no lo puedes bajar más. O sea, una compañía que siga funcionando, operando, que le sigan dando dinero, etcétera, es una locura lo que está pasando con Lucid. Nos vamos ya acercando a cosas que son completamente usables. El gráfico de 2 semanas, denme un segundo, ya la cagué, por supuesto. Mouse, hijo de tu perra madre. Denme un segundo. Tengo que hacer esto una vez más. Perdón. ¡No! ¿Por qué no puedo salirme de esta madre? No me va a dejar. No me va a dejar el puto. A ver si... Ahí está. Ok, ya veo qué tengo que hacer cuando se dé eso. Perdón. Discúlpenme. Eso de estar viejo y ser el único boomer en este chat, pues me afecta, ¿ok? ¿Qué quieren que les diga? Ok. Estamos ya aquí, nuestra tabla de 2 semanas en Lucid. Perfecto. ¿Qué estamos notando instantáneamente? Y vamos a ver una vez más nuestra relación con el promedio del 21. Hemos estado por encima solamente en el mercado alcista. Desde entonces caímos por ahí del enero del 2022 y no lo hemos podido volver a retomar en cierres, en la de 2 semanas. Aquí lo tuvimos 2 cierres, pero nos ha rechazado todos los demás. Estos 2 cierres son claramente un alto bastante interesante. Yo diría que esto es una de las zonas más importantes para Lucid, para el precio, para poder dar continuación a la alza. Así que atentos a ello. Y yo diría que esto es a la baja. Así que estás en este rango y ahora vas a poder buscar este rango. Pero lo primero que tienes que hacer en la de 2 semanas es poder cerrar por encima del 3.18. Todavía faltan 4 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. Quieres no perderlo y quieres poder ganar el promedio del 21 una vez más. Definitivamente no quieres perder los 2.83, que también tiene confluencia a lo que estábamos diciendo en la temporalidad anterior. Y ahora, el 2.83, 2.84, promedio del 21 en la semanal. Es importante poder aguantarlo, aunque creemos, y también viendo esto, porque la volatilidad no está expandiendo en esta caída, simplemente está reseteándose. Creemos que Lucid simplemente esté consolidando en este momento y podría hacer algo hasta acá y después continuar. Ahora no lo va a hacer tan rápido, igual y sí, pero por ahora estamos viendo muy de cerca justamente esta zona, la zona de los $3. Es una zona bastante importante para el precio de Lucid para poder aguantar, porque psicológicamente los va a poner en un mejor lugar. Entonces, vamos a la diaria y yo creo que la diaria nos cuenta todo en la manera más sencilla. Y la manera más sencilla es esta. Tenemos el promedio del 200, definitivamente lo hemos retomado. Mini, aquí está mi gordo hermoso. Hemos retomado el promedio de los 200. Aquí estamos por encima y ahora tenemos el promedio de los 200 en los 291 y tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza. Definitivamente no queremos perder esta zona. Los 280 se vuelven una zona crítica para nosotros. Si somos alcistas, queremos que Lucid siga consolidando en esta zona y tal vez por encima del promedio de los 200 en los 291. No nos preocuparía verlo bajar, pero empezar a cerrar por debajo de los 280 es donde diríamos, ok, esto todavía no tiene sentido para aventarnos el clavado. Y más cuando no te tienes un setup de volatilidad claro para nada. Tuviste esto, que fue el subidongo que pudiste ver acá, pero hasta ahí llegó. Entonces, importante para Lucid tener este cierre, aguantar el S&P 200 y poder dar continuación a lo que estamos viendo, creación y formación de estructura alcista con un bajo más alto, que ya hizo uno por acá. Esperaremos un bajo más alto también por estos niveles con el cruce plateado y darle para adelante. All righty, that's Lucid. What do we got now? Virtual?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
It's virtual.
Virtual AI.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just virtual. That's what it's called.
Big
That was
virtual
the
guy.
crypto. That was a crypto, right?
I think so.
That was the one that we had the wrong ticker last time.
Let me see. Virtual USD. Yeah, virtual protocol on crypto.com. You're right.
I'm sharing my screen. Where's my HPD? Oh, there's no data. That's why. I was like, did I forget to turn my HPD on? No. All right, so we're gonna go on the weekly. We're gonna start off on the weekly because there's just not that much data on this thing. We did close our last weekly over the 38.2%, and we closed significantly over 38.2%. We closed over the 50% and the 61.8% as well. But considering that momentum is starting to shift down and it's rejecting the bullish control zone where volatility is also shifting down, what I would expect to happen here is we would come back down and retest this 38.2%, which right now is at $3.08. And this is, in my opinion, what's going to be the maximum area of opportunity. Sure, like it can come a little bit lower. Because a lot of times, like this 38.2%, like although it does hold on a closing basis, it can come below it and usually does. What I would look at is like below that area would be the 5 EMA at $2.74. It's just much less likely that it would come down there. What's more likely that it holds the 38.2% at $3.08. And then what I would look for after that, the reason why I don't think it's going to go straight up from here, even though it's on this very solid uptrend, is that we're getting to pretty high levels on the HPDR bands. But you do have to take it with a grain of salt because there's not much data. So what I would expect is like you get a little bounce here, then maybe you just shop around, grind up for a little bit while these HPDR bands move up, and then you have a little bit more data, and then it'll be much easier to see it continue upwards towards like this thing usually likes to hit the 100%. But then again, like it doesn't have much data. So it's very difficult to say that it's going to go to the 100% because of the probabilities are not in your favor. So what I would like to see is it chop like right around this area, maybe for a month, 2 months, and then I could see it like continue upwards to maybe around like $6.50. Oh God, even $6.50 is like a 100% move from where we are right now. And then like maybe it chops around the $6.50 area before it goes towards like $8. Let me see if I can get a more like reasonable number from this if it does anything. This is our last major high. Go to the major low. Yeah, I'm getting an even higher number from than that. Like I would not take this number seriously at all at $14.57. But right now we have we do have 3 closures over the 78.6%. So technically, like you would get that number. I just don't feel comfortable saying that number at all because of how much higher it is from price right now. I don't want to be that much of a hope being dealer. Can't take George's job.
Yeah, AI is coming after him, and now you.
He's gonna sue me. 5-day right now is bouncing exactly where you would want to see it after closing over 38.2 and then retesting it. So right now we are still holding the 5 EMA, and we've been holding this 5 EMA this entire rally up. The only thing that would really be concerning is if you start to lose the 5 EMA on a closing basis, but as of right now, we're still holding it. So probabilities are still that it continues to the upside as long as we're holding that 5 EMA. And momentum is now still within the bullish control. It rejected getting out of it while volatility is still supporting it. So probabilities in that sense still are to the upside until at least around like maybe $4.38. 2-day is on a little bit of a corrective posturing after this little hanging man candle. And what I like to point out is that people think the hanging mans can only be red, but it can be green or red. Like if you see like a strong uptrend to the upside, you see a big wick and you see a small body, it's going to be a hanging man either if it's green or red. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is that you're getting an indecision after a move to the upside. That's the only thing it really tells you is that if you're getting it on the downside, they call it a hammerhead, but all it really does tell you is that it's indecision after the trending move. So the trending move was up, so you're getting indecision after the trending move, but likely is you're going to get a move down after that, or the opposite move. So as of right now, we are still holding the 5 EMA, which is at $3.20,
3.268 area. If you do lose that area, the next area of significance, and what I love to see, is that the median lines right up with this 90 EMA. And that's sitting somewhere around like $2.98. That's going to be a very significant level of support. So if you do lose this 5 EMA, probably come back down here, and this area is very likely to hold. And then you look at the momentum. Momentum is just about a fully reset after projecting the bullish control zone. We're sitting at 9% right now. What we'd like to see, like for a full reset, is come somewhere around 0, maybe a little bit below 0, and then start to flip up, back up in that area. And volatility is at 9% too. So volatility is basically fully reset as well. It's getting ready for another big move to the upside. Like I usually am a hopium dealer, and I promise you, I'm not just trying to do hopium. But I do think that it's about to grind out a higher low and continue back up. You look at the jewel. The jewel is starting to flip back around, rejecting getting out of the critical zone and going back into the critical zone, and it's giving me the light blue buy signal. It has not confirmed yet. We would have to wait for a day and 7 hours for this closure. But then if we do get the closure within the critical zone with this light blue buy signal, very likely the local bottom is in, and then we continue up from there. Daily is a little bit worrying because we have 2 rejections of this 38.2%. But on the daily as well as the 2-day, the median is caught right up with that 9 EMA, and it's not much lower than price action right now. It's sitting at like $3.17. So even if we do get a move to the downside, this area should theoretically be significant support before it ends up moving back up towards like $4.30, $4.45. And momentum is also just about a fully reset, while volatility is resetting too. Four-hour has now a little bit more in a corrective or any other market crash posturing because it has lost 38.2%, and now we're kind of brushing up against the 61.8%. As long as we're below the 38.2%, it does look corrective. That number is at $3.49. And momentum is trying to flip back up. It's still within a bearish control, while volatility is still to the downside. So like it is giving you a corrective signal. And the trend, did we close below? Yeah, we did. No, we didn't actually. So the trend is still technically to the upside. But with how momentum and volatility looks, it doesn't look very good on the 4-hour. It looks much better in the higher time frames. On the 4-hour, since we did lose the 21 EMA, what's kind of likely is that we come back down and retest this 55, which is about like $3.23. And validation is if we close above 4-hour above 349. If we do, then happy days. Trend is back to the upside, and we're likely going to keep going, continuing higher towards maybe somewhere around the 78.6% on the HPDR, which right now that number is sitting at around like $4.20. Oh, perfect, 420. While momentum is shifting back up and volatility is shifting down. So if we close over that 38.2% at 349, volatility is going to start shifting back up, and then you're going to get momentum breaking out of bearish control. And since it went into bearish control and it would break out, then the next target would be bullish control. So that would line up with a very nice move to the upside. Like right here, whenever we had that, we ended up hitting the 88.3%. I'm just going to be a little bit more conservative and target the 78.6, which is at 420. Not much. There's some slight bearish divergence possible on the weekly right now because it did make higher highs and the RSI did make lower highs. But the only way to really confirm it right now, and it's going to be very difficult to confirm it, is you'd have to close below $2.25, which we're significantly above right now. But on the next weekly open, the number to confirm it would be, as of this moment, $3.26. And then so on, and it's gonna be much easier to confirm. But that's only relevant if the RSI does not continue to go up. Because on the next week in the open, if the RSI breaks these highs, then the divergence is going to be nullified, and it's not going to be playable. As of this moment, there still is possible bearish divergence. Switch down to the 5-day. Five-day as well has possible bearish divergence. But right now, you'd have to close below $2.23. Unlikely. Then the next open, it's gonna shift up to $2.82. Still a little bit less likely, but a lot more easier to do. And then after the next 5-day open, it's going to be a little bit higher. Much easier to do it then, assuming the RSI does not make higher highs. 3-day also has a little bit of possible bearish divergence. The confirmation would be $2.82, which right now in the next day in 7 hours, it's a crypto, it's a shitcoin. You can do that. You could dump 50. What is that, like 60 cents? 60 cents? You could dump 60 cents in the next day in 7 hours. It's just not super likely right now with volatility going down while we're getting a correction.
As you say that, it starts to go red and go down quick.
Oh yeah, with these shit coins, you think it won't go down 60 cents in a day, and it'll dump 75 cents in a day.
Yeah, it is pretty nuts.
I got completely fucked on XRP with that. Back in
I know you've learned the hard way.
Yeah, back in 2024, I was like, oh, XRP is not going to dump 20% in the same day. It dumped like 35%.
It certainly did.
Daily still technically does have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's very close to being invalidated. If it closes below $3.2499, it will be invalidated. And then we would have to target the middle zone on the RSI, which right now is sitting at $2.95. Let's see if that lines up with any of our major EMAs. Very close to our 21. The 21 is going to rise after this next daily close, the next couple of daily closes. So if we do lose that area and we do invalidate this hidden bullish divergence, I would be looking for this 21 EMA to hold that support, which it has kind of been doing this entire way through. Like it front ran right here, held it right here, kind of held it right here. So it wouldn't make sense that the trend would still continue and the 21 EMA would hold the support. But that's only relevant if we do invalidate the hidden bullish divergence. 4-hour has multiple drives of bearish divergence confirmed. And the way to invalidate is you'd have to close above $3.5593. If you close above that, then you've confirmed your next local bottom. It'd be a deviation of the 21 EMA, and you're probably going to make new highs on this rally. But as long as you have not closed above that area, the target is going to be the bearish control zone, because you're expanding from very low levels of volatility. And the bearish control zone is about like $3.04. Weekly is now well within the bullish critical zone, while momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $3.01. But it is quite interesting to see this massive move towards the upside. Just for shits and giggles, how much of a percentage is this? So 5,962%. Good Lord, 5,962%, while volatility has been contracting the entire time. So just imagine once you get some volatility expansion.
Well, this is going to explode and take over Bitcoin's market cap.
Satoshi was really talking about virtual.
That's what it is. Everybody got confused.
Everybody thought he was talking about BTC, but really he meant virtual. It was just just the what do you call it? Lost in translation.
It was just a language problem. I think it was a translation problem.
Of course, he's Chinese. He's hired by the CCP.
Are you sure he's Chinese and not Indian? I feel at this point.
I was about to say something racist, but it's not racist considering that we're the same people.
That's right.
I was gonna say they're a little bit too busy trying to find toads or deodorant. On the I can say it's not racist for me to say.
No, you can, sir. You are the brown people. I am the brown people.
The 5-day is kind of dancing on the knife's edge right now, where we are within the critical zone, and we will flip down in 6 hours if we close below 342, and we're just like a ball sack here below that right now. So it's kind of dancing on the knife's edge. If it does lose that 342, now it's shifted to 341. Like this is it's very, 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 what do you call it? What's the word?
Volatile?
Critical area. Where like this number is going to keep shifting. Like if we do manage to close above this, momentum is still to the upside on the 5-day. We're going to maintain the critical zone, and then we should, based off of how the advanced stochastic works, we should see another move back up to break these highs. Like it's not going to tell you whether it's going to be a swing failure pattern or not, but you should very likely see a break of these highs, as assuming that we hold this pivot on the close. 2 days kind of contracting on volatility after we got our double extreme. Momentum is still pointing up as long as we're above $2.96. Daily is getting some volatility expansion with the momentum starting to flip down, and we will flip down in 6 hours as long as we've closed below 352. That kind of gives you more of a bias that the other one is not going to keep it above the pivot on the close in 6 hours. 4 hours pointing very solidly to the downside. We're getting a red dot. The crown calls it the red dot of death, and we're getting volatility expansion. We're currently expanding from how much on volatility? First 0%, then we hit like 60%. Now we're expanding again from around like 11 or 10%, while we're getting momentum pointed to the downside as long as we're below 362. Two hours kind of giving you the idea that the local bottom could be in, especially because we're still holding this 55 EMA that we've had in the last local bottom, while we're getting volatility expansion and momentum is about to flip back up, and it's going to be up as long as we're above $3.33. So right now, if you were to go onto like the highest time frame that you have data for, which is around like the weekly, momentum is solidly pointing to the upside. You do have volatility contraction, but in this thing's defense, it had volatility contraction while it went up 5,900%. So it's not really, it doesn't really mean anything. And if you go down a little bit lower, momentum is still pointed to the upside on like the daily, 2-day, and these levels. But if you go lower than that, like the degenerate time frames, it is starting to shift down. It's giving you a little bit of an idea of a correction. And then from there, like the weekly trend is likely to take over, and this thing's probably going to go a little bit higher. Let me shift, throw one of these Fibonacci's on. I'm not talking about you, Fibonacci.
It's like, I'm going to bite your ass, motherfucker, if you fucking mention my name again in vain.
The next logical area, since we do have one, we don't quite have three closes over the 78.6 yet at $2.88. But if you do get three of them, that would take you somewhere around to $4.50, which that's a pretty nice move from where we are right now. That would be about a solid 30 to 33% from where we are right now. But you should expect a correction first, because the momentum is shifting down in the lower time frames while volatility is contracting. So it's giving you an idea, more of an idea of a correction, and then continuation of trending. Right now, trend is very solidly to the upside because we have 5,900% move up.
I would have to agree with you just by looking at the chart, and also by copying all of your analysis and then saying it again to everyone in Spanish. So I have to agree.
Muy bien.
All righty. We are doing Alex's, which is the AITX, and then LMND for Farheezy. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank God at least you know how to. You know what you're talking about. Thank God. All righty.
Do I though?
Hey, listen. I'm just gonna pretend you do, so that it makes my life easier. Because if I pretend you do, then I just follow, and then I don't have to think. So I'll take it. If you take me down with you, we're both down. I don't care.
Like, I ain't going down alone.
There you go. Ok, estamos viendo virtual. Ahora, tenemos que ver esta madre en la temporalidad semanal máximo, porque esto abrió el 13 de mayo. Y digamos que no lleva tanto tiempo, pero lo que sí lleva es un 5,000 y cacho % a la alza. Es una absoluta locura. Obviamente esto es un gran shitcoin para que todos ustedes lo tengan más que presente. Y ahora que estoy viendo esto es un punto interesante también de precio. No sé por qué no lo había identificado antes. Ok, ahorita lo voy a ver en temporalidades más cortas. Dicho esto, Viendo esto en la semanal, déjenme les pongo rápido y les digo que la volatilidad ha estado básicamente en extremos y cayendo en todo este subidongo, por lo que no nos vamos a pelear con ella. Pero lo que sí tenemos es momentum apuntando para arriba en todas las temporalidades hasta la diaria, de la más alta hasta la diaria, y debajo de la diaria tenemos momentum apuntando para abajo, lo que nos está diciendo que probablemente estemos ante una corrección. Ok, dicho eso, vamos a acercarnos un poco más, vamos a ponerla de 3 días para que podamos hacerle más al mame por acá. No, creo que pueden ver aquí bastante bien por qué tenemos nuestras líneas donde las tenemos. Puntos importantes en la tabla, este es un soporte muy importante en los $2. Y hemos visto la expansión de precio, estamos por encima del 9, arriba del 21, arriba del 55, lo que nos dice que esto está bastante bien. Acercándonos más ya a la diaria, que es de nuevo, estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios tranquilos. A esta cosa le gusta retestar el 21 y teniendo eso en cuenta, viendo que estamos corrigiendo en este momento y que fue justamente eso después de hacer un máximo histórico en 3.7 y ahora estamos justamente en la zona del 3.04. Lo que no queremos hacer es, si vamos a perder el promedio del 9, definitivamente queremos que el 21 nos aguante. Y estamos hablando en bases de cierres. Si vas a tener un wicazo como este que pierde el 21, pero tienes un cierre tan por encima, te da absolutamente igual. Lo que nosotros pensamos que puede hacer esto, y sobre todo viendo la volatilidad, no está haciendo absolutamente nada, se está yendo más o menos de lado, lo pueden ver desde acá para acá en esta tabla, y poniendo el HPDR también para que lo tengan como contexto. Caemos, lo que vamos a hacer es justamente encontrarnos con la media del HPDR que está en los 3.17, que es justamente un poco por debajo de donde está nuestro promedio del 9. Y nuestro 21 se encuentra en la zona de abajo del HPDR, justamente en los 2.76. Si pones esa relación justamente acá, te das cuenta que vas a ranguear en esta zona. Y si vas a ranguear en esta zona que estás formando, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, y eso te va a permitir a poder lograr un nuevo alto más alto. Más allá de examinar esto por acá, tendrías que meterte en diferentes temporalidades. Te irías ponte tú a la de 4, a la de 2 horas, donde tienes la volatilidad expandiendo en esta caída, ¿no? Que es justamente lo que te está poniendo justamente enfrente esta corrección. Y en temporalidades más cortas, como la de 1 hora, por ejemplo, estamos una vez más recobrando y retomando el promedio del 100. Vamos a querer poder retestear justamente este cruce plateado a la baja, que no tiene tanta importancia, pasa todo el tiempo en esta tabla. Definitivamente queremos empezar a cerrar por encima de esto. ¿Dónde no quieres cerrar por debajo de? Yo creo que simplemente en la diaria una vez más. ¿Quieres aguantar esta zona? ¿Te gustaría aguantar la zona de los 3? Cualquier cosa por debajo de esto va a ser simplemente una consolidación, es lo que estamos viendo por ahora en todos los indicadores de momentum, volatilidad, etcétera, y después va a dar continuación a la alza. Mínimo es por ahora lo que pinta la tabla. De nuevo, una tabla con muy poca información, con menos datos puede ser un análisis menos potente, pero pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Y ahora vamos a Alex. What do you got? What do you got for us?
Yeah, AITX.
Oh, AITX.
Yeah, and this was interesting to chart. It's, you know, it has very, very, very big ranges, not much liquidity, but, you know, for what I'm seeing now, if we go to the daily first, you can just see just how tight this has been consolidating. You know, often when you get this on top of the BBWPs giving a setup, you then form like these channels here. So just for like visual, you know, I showed the channel. If it's going to be true, we should see a breakout or a breakdown soon. You know, so theoretically, we should see volatility hit this, I guess, stock very soon, up or down. And for now, I mean, you can just see how much liquidity is in these candles on the daily. For now, we're simply under the 34. So, you know, you're going to want to really see if we get any kind of daily closure, preferably back above 2.8. That then could at least give us reasoning to think that we potentially could get some kind of rally back up to that daily EMA 100. Something to note here with this channel, I like how that EMA 100 has been steadily keeping this down. You know, we either reject it full on or deviate it, and then that leads to a bigger move down. So reclaiming it, especially reclaiming this channel breakout, something visually like this, and then maybe it hits back and then starts doing that, that'll actually start looking good, especially if we get BBWP telling us that volatility is expanding once we do break that 15%. Something else to note about BBWP is if we go to the weekly here, you can see we actually are experiencing the lowest volatility reads in this chart's history, and we have multiple reads of 0%.
Oh, wow.
3, 6, yeah, so 9 weekly candles of just zero volatility. So there is a big move brewing on this chart, no matter how you view it. Even seeing this, we see the weekly now pinching. So what I like about this though, and this channel, which was my point, I like how the lower band is coming right at the bottom of this channel, and the upper band is coming right at the top here. That to me always makes it easy to kind of, this channel, this meme channel, can kind of get more, I guess, data points with it, right? Because how I drew this is corresponding with this weekly Bollinger Band. And we know that there's a major volatility setup, potentially a Hamas or a Nagasaki setup brewing on this chart. For now, though, I mean, we are still under the weekly 9. So that's really going to guide our bias going into this week. Bulls need to get back above that. We've been steadily under that for multiple weeks now. Let me take the Bollinger Bands off because we see that. So that'll be the first good start on this chart, actually gaining structure and potentially gaining, giving bulls the upper hand they need at least to take us closer to, like I said, that 3-0 level, which is going to be a pretty massive level. As I represent on the daily here, we see that's right where the EMA 100 is on the daily, but on the weekly, that EMA 34 too has just been steadily rejecting us on the weekly. That EMA 34 is lining up nicely with this channel. So again, it just plays into what I was saying. If we really start getting that daily volatility expansion, plus us like back testing this channel, holding it, that'll really guide my bias that this weekly setup could really fire off. And we only have one encounter when this did fire off, and that was right here. So, on this actual move out, that gave us kind of this liquidity grab, but also this big deviation that led us back in this channel. We actually did have a volatility setup. This was, I believe, was this one session or two? Let me see. Oh, one session, I guess. It was kind of big on their own. Yeah, so that was just one session of zero volatility. We'll take it from here. Yeah, like I said, big ranges on this chart. I mean, this gave us a 200% move on one read. So, the fact that we do have multiple really makes me wonder if, bulls are trying to solidify maybe more trend here. You can see, with this last high, this is going to be the big point that bulls need to break, in my opinion. But what you can see with these lows is we're not really breaking the last low. This is giving us that structure and bias for this channel, because most of these channels are just built with higher lows. The question just will be if we can actually break out and reclaim that 3-3-1 level to actually possibly get this volatility firing up, giving us a more sustained rally to the upside, an even bigger one than what we had here, which gave us a 200% move, which is pretty massive. The monthly also looks interesting because when you're gauging the monthly here, you can just kind of see how rejective this area has been for this stock, essentially. We see that weekly 9 just grinding up with price. It's moving down, but it's grinding alongside this channel is what I meant to say. This is going to be important because this will be like confirmation if the monthly starts to reclaim this while breaking out, that we actually could be getting a sustained breakout because, we just simply see like this chart has really never been above the EMA 9. Like I'm kind of shocked at how, well, it's just insane. I didn't know it had this much data. Wow. That's kind of insane. Actually, wow, this at peak was $7,900. Did not know
We're
that.
close.
Wow. Yeah, almost to the top, boys. I'm actually surprised this hasn't gotten delisted yet. Actually, kind of insane. But yeah, I mean, so when you get these charts, right? This once was $7,000. It actually makes sense then for the ranges to be big, and that's why charting this was kind of not fun because you're getting these massive ranges that make sense visually, but then you start measuring and you're like, well, like that's an 83% range. And then the other one too is around the same. But now that actually makes a lot of sense to me. But why I bring the monthly up is, again, it just kind of like you can be patient with the chart because we really start breaking out, reclaiming, especially, you know, on the daily, getting that volatility metric, firing off here, back testing the channel right around that 3-0 level. You know, that really could solidify the EMA 9 on the monthly getting reclaimed. And as I just showed you guys, this was actually the only time, I believe, yeah, the only time that this chart essentially has gotten above its monthly 9. It just didn't hold it on the next one. So that's why you're really going to want to be patient with this, because if it starts really backtesting and holding it, solidifying that like 3-0 as the bottom, then that could really be your metric to maybe scale into this, because I mean, we are getting some pretty massive volatility setups. But until then, I'd be really patient with this chart, because as this has shown, this can keep going on for a very long time. This is the longest it's ever been in this chart's history. But I mean, you know, it is trying to flip more bullish, I guess, and bulls are trying to, you know, pump us up. It's just more a matter of, do we start reclaiming first that weekly 9, which then ideally can start, you know, bleeding into us testing that EMA 34 on the weekly, which is coming in right around that EMA 100, which you already been watching that just simply based on all these rejections right around there. If we can start reclaiming these, then yeah, you can see really simply that SMA 200 at 3.8. Doesn't seem like a big move, but I mean, from that point, we're talking, you know, a 23% move. And then getting back above 4 is going to be the spot. That's where bulls really want to take it. That'll actually give us that, you know, overall, if we test 4, there's a good chance we're going to test this wick here, this last wick high, you know, and that'll be really good if we can start back testing and flipping this, because we see, you know, that this spot is kind of where this chart at least likes to make big breaks. If we view it on the 2-day, it's a little more clear. You know, we reclaim it, we back test it, and then on that, that's actually what gave us that volatility firing off, really. And, you know, that led to a really nice move. Here, right, losing it, rejecting it, took us down from this rejection point 50%. So, you know, that 4 level is going to be the spot that you're really going to want to gauge for that bigger move up. And if so, and if we reclaim it, then I don't see why we wouldn't go to that 5.5 level.
Is that 1,000,000% on the way up?
Yeah, I mean, from that 4 level at current price action, you know, that is, you know, a nice 52% move.
Yeah.
You know, going to that 5 level would give us that 100% move. So it is pretty absurd, I guess, how big these ranges are. But, you know, that is sometimes what you deal with these kind of illiquid not coins, but stocks that once were worth $1,000 and now, you know, are worth pennies. It's, you know, not a good look, in my opinion, if you're an investor. One thing that I want to note here is, you know, we are losing that monthly median. You know, that's actually been holding for a while, which surprised me. You know, so that is something to note. And that monthly median right now is sitting right around 3.2. So it just kind of solidifies why this zone at around that 3.32 is going to be pretty massive for, you know, AITX to actually reclaim. Because what you don't want is us to get a move up, and then we reject this channel, but also reject the EMA 9, all the levels I showed, the EMA 100 on the daily, but then reject the monthly median. Then that would give you the next target to basically 1.7, which from here currently that would be a 30% move, assuming that holds. If not, the next area would be that, you know, 1 level, which would make sense then on why we're getting a volatility setup. You know, that would mean that turns into the Nagasaki setup and we probably break down.
Yep.
So that is just something I want to just mention here. You know, I do think that this, you know, can try to bounce, but again, it's just showing that monthly really just shows why this zone is going to be pretty important. Let me just see if we see anything on the weekly. No, I mean, we are too. Something I thought was interesting is, you know, we are trying to get back above the 50%, basing off the 382 here. You can see on the weekly, if we fall back into the blue zone, yeah, I mean, here the median's at 2.1. Next target would be right around that 1.6. Yeah, so, you know, it's not really looking the best, but I have hopes that we can get a bounce here. I do believe we can get some kind of bounce. This is going to be your scenario to long. You're not going to want to long in this middle. It's going to be really easy to just like wait for the back test, wait for all those levels I mentioned on the monthly to get reclaimed, wait for the weekly volatility setup. Because, you know, like we see here, It is quick, yeah, but I mean, if viewing it on the 2-day, if you watch this, you know, this volatility firing off, but then also us, you know, not breaking this last low, coming down, breaking out here, this would have been your long trigger. This long trigger here, yeah, like I said, printed 150, 140%. So yeah, you missed out on 30, 38%, but you still made a good amount of the move just by waiting. So, you know, we're getting a lot of areas of confluence around, you know, 4-1 being major resistance. But you know, that also can tell me that if we start reclaiming that, then that could be what sparks the move to 5. But you know, until then, we're just in this channel. I do think we're going to get some kind of volatility soon, just based on the posturing of the daily Bollinger Bands. They're extremely tight, you know, pinching a lot. So we'll see a break, you know, is literally at the bottom of the channel at 2.5 to the downside, and a break up is close to that 2.8. So we'll have to see what bulls do, or bears. So interesting chart. You know, it's one of those charts. I wonder why it hasn't been delisted yet, but regardless, you know, we'll have to see what happens.
It's very weird. Yeah. I was talking to some friends about buying a public company that like a small penny stock company. And you can find, I think the cheapest one was $1.2 million. And I wonder if this is kind of like that. Like someone bought this because it's fucking horrendous.
But yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it really, and this was hard to chart, but I mean, with the volatility setups at least, and we're kind of getting a bias for the different time frames, you can start formulating trades on this, but you know, I would just be really careful about it, because that's why, like, the confirmation, the 2 to 3 closures, you know, and then volatility confirming the setup, like, you don't want to front run this, because it seems like a stock where you can be up 20% one day, 60% down the next. So
oh yeah, I don't think you just want to buy this at all, but listen, to each their own, their own. Let's take a look
people
at it.
buy Cardano.
Oh yeah. When people buy Cardano. There was a woman who posted a video on X about, like, this is the chair that my husband is going to be sitting at to get like while I get fucked by someone else, and he's going to be watching me. And I had to clarify to everyone, like, that's what we call a Cardano community member. And we
gotta be respectful. Can't call them bag holders.
Yeah, what the fuck? So I had to explain that to them, because I don't think a lot of people understand that dynamic. But the Cardano community, you do whatever you guys want. We respect you, kinda, you know.
try to.
Yeah, we try to. I mean,
No,
it's just
no
come on,
no
come on.
Maybe a little
Thank
bit.
you. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of judgment coming from me. I just can't hold it in. Thank you. We're doing lemonade after, right? Yes. LMD. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Estamos viendo AITX, Artificial Intelligence Technology Solutions. Esto suena como alguien que compró una empresa en el mercado para poder tener un penny stock, porque estaba yo platicando con varios amigos que estaría muy chistoso comprar una empresa, un penny stock, cambiarle el nombre y ver qué pasa, ¿no? La más barata creo que estaba en $1.2 millones. Entonces no la vamos a comprar, porque no voy a hacer un chiste de $1.2 millones. Todavía no estoy ahí, pero cuando tenga dinero, créanme que lo haré. Por ahora esto es lo que parece eso. ¿Por qué decimos eso? Y esto me va a dar una hueva tremenda hacer esto, pero ahí te va. Velas de 12 meses. Esta madre ha llegado a valer $7,000. No lo voy a bajar todo, ¿ok? Esta acción valía $7,000 en el tope. Están viendo todo lo que estoy bajando. Ok, ahorita está cotizando no en 27 centavos, en .0027. No tengo ni puta idea cómo puedas cotizar en .0027 centavos. Literalmente vale 0 centavos tu moneda y luego 27 algo. No sé, literalmente no sé ni cómo hacer la ecuación para esto. Voy a ponerlos en la semanal, traerlos al análisis que más se pueda hacer, porque honestamente no hay nada que puedas analizar en esto. Simplemente es una tendencia bajista. Lo que a la gente, me imagino, les está prendiendo el nepe es que esto tiene cara de que quiere subir, estás creando mínimos más altos, y del otro lado tienes esto, ¿no? Básicamente, esto va a ser intachable, o sea, no lo puedes ni hacer. Me imagino que lo podrás hacer de acá atrás. ¿De dónde lo harías? Es que no se puede. Hagas como lo hagas, no se puede. Ahí está. Para mantenerte en el triangulito ese, ¿no? Ok. sin más mame de todo esto, lo que estamos viendo es a AITX cotizar justamente acá en los 27 que no son centavos y está justamente pasando por encima del promedio del 9. No ha cerrado por encima del promedio del 9 en la semanal en bastante tiempo, pero lo que queremos hacer en realidad nosotros es ver la mensual. ¿Por qué la mensual? Porque la mensual nos pone algo bastante claro en la fotografía. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar el setup que existe de volatilidad, ¿ok? Podemos ver que nunca, mínimo en ¿cuántos años? Nunca hemos estado por encima del promedio del 9 mensual, ¿ok? Lo hicimos acá y instantáneamente nos rechazó. Lo que está pasando ahorita es que el promedio mensual está aquí abajo. Está en esta zona del punto 0035. Cualquier cierre por encima de esto nos haría pensar que nos podría llevar tranquilamente hasta los 40 centavos. Bueno, a los 0040. No sé qué sea eso una vez más. Ahora, viéndolo en la semanal, es bastante difícil analizar esto. Viéndolo en la semanal, nuestra volatilidad tiene un setup de Hamas o un setup de Nagasaki. ¿Para dónde se va a dar? Recuerden que esto lo vamos a medir una vez que lleguemos al 15%. Una vez que estemos en 15%, la volatilidad va a ser considerada como en expansión y una vez que lo haga, vamos a ver si la vela es verde o es roja. Si es roja, esto se va a ir para un nuevo mínimo, que no entiendo qué sea más mínimo que esto. Y si es verde, pues esto va a probablemente hacer un 100% subiendo acá. Porque estos números son una locura. Estás acá en los veintitantos, subir a los 4 es un 58%. Básicamente es eso, poder esperarte, primer paso en la semanal, retomar el promedio de las 9, de ahí en la mensual, que está acá arriba, y una vez que eso pase, vas a subir. Si eso no llega a pasar, que es lo que probablemente estás viendo, esto va a continuar bajando. No hay más. Lo único que quieres hacer es literalmente poder cerrar por encima de tu promedio del 9 y también en la diaria, tu promedio del 9, también el 21. Yo creo que el 21 sería importante en la diaria. De ahí ver si puedes superar el 55 que está en el 28. Una vez que hagas esto, vas a tener más camino a poder decir que tal vez vayas para arriba, pero por ahora no pinta nada, no pinta nada. Es imposible leer este gráfico. Me gustaría ayudar más. Simplemente estate pendiente al setup de volatilidad en la semanal que tienes acá, que es uno de los más potentes que hemos visto. Y vamos a ver si se da a la alza o a la baja. Yo estaría viendo esta tabla tal cual en esta temporalidad y ver qué exactamente puede hacer. Empiezo a cerrar por encima del 9, chido. Voy a ver si podemos superar el 21, pero hemos visto que le gusta tomar liquidez de estos promedios y luego volver a caer en lo absoluto. Esta vela, fue un velazo y cuánto. De 37%. O sea, es bastante difícil poder tradear estas cosas. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a hacer Lemonade rápidamente. Lemonada. LMND. Didn't I write it?
Property/casualty insurance.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what TradingView says.
Yeah, it's an insurance company. I used to own it.
Casualty insurance.
Which one? What are you talking about? Lemonade?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're insurance.
Mm-hmm. They're like Hippo.
Maybe
Yeah.
they'll get a visit from Luigi.
They're not that kind of insurance.
Deny, defend, depose. You hear about that one woman who said that to her insurance company and she got arrested for it?
That she what?
She got arrested for it.
For what?
For telling her insurance company, "You're next." Deny, defend, depose.
No way. No way. Oh,
yeah, she got arrested for making violent threats.
Wow, that is extremely gay balls.
On the weekly right now, we are still holding this 9 EMA, which we have not lost ever since this entire rally started in October 28th. And as of right now, we are still kind of holding the 9 EMA. So you can't be really bearish on this until you've lost that 9 EMA. And we are about to get a full momentum and volatility reset as well. Well, momentum went up to 100% just as long with volatility. And now we're about to lose the bullish control. That's not really that bad until we break below the negative area. So as long as we're just contracting on our momentum while volatility is contracting, we should expect a bounce theoretically right here within the neutral zone, right around 0%. And that'll be a momentum reset, a full volatility reset. But then we can get into one of these moves where we went from like, what is that, $18 all the way up to $47. The jewel right now is like, it did previously give a God mode sell signal. We have lost that now. We are on the dark blue sell posturing, but it's not really that bad considering the God mode signal is now gone. And we are like at a point which should be support, which is this pink fast moving average. And we have deviated the critical zone. If this fast moving average doesn't hold, what I like to see is that the yellow, the slow moving average is right next to the edge of the bullish control zone. So if this area doesn't hold, very likely this area will hold, and that will go along with maybe this 9 EMA holding. But at the worst case scenario, very likely this 38.2% holds, which is at $36.47. Five-day has lost the 5, but it is still holding the 9 EMA, which has been a little bit more significant than the 5 in this entire rally, because we did go below the 5 right here. We didn't quite hit the 9. Right now, we are hitting the 9. We were getting a nice sort of a nice bounce. We got a day and 3 hours to go to make sure that we do hold the 9, because I have seen a lot of times where you're thinking like, oh, it's holding 9 EMA. We got a day left, probably gonna hold it, and in the next 7-8 hours, you just completely nuke below it. You get a Nagasaki setup below it. Right now, momentum is going down. We're just about to test the edge of the bullish control zone, while volatility is going down too, and the jewel is giving you this dark blue sell signal right at this pink fast moving average. So if this area doesn't hold, which is 9 EMA, once again, you would be looking towards the 38.2. And after we've closed above it and had a solid move above the 38.2, we actually went to the 100%. We have not retested that 38.2. So it would actually be completely healthy to come back down and retest that 38.2, retest this 200 SMA after closing above it, and then you would get another higher low, and you'd be able to continue back to the upside after these ranges step up. But even right now, to be honest, the ranges have stepped up enough to where this could be the low, because previously we were at the 100%. The 100% at that point was from around like $50. Right now, the 100% has stepped all the way up to $96, so it's almost doubled. 2-day is bouncing right at the bottom of 38.2, right at this 21 EMA, right where we had our previous low. Did we sweep it? It's 36.95. Nope, we just made an ever slightly higher low. And we filled this gap right here as well. So right now, like as long as this 21 EMA holds, this 38.2% holds, we should have probabilities of going back up towards this top 38.2%, which is about $44. That's not really a reversal of trend because that still would be a lower high. But if you get a closure over this top 38.2%, what I would prefer is a closure over this week high at $44.53. Then you're very likely to break these highs and go up towards the 95%, maybe somewhere around the 88.3 to 95. That'd be about like $58 to like $64.82. While momentum is shifting back up, it's rejecting the bearish control. At this moment, volatility is shifting down. But if we maintain this 38.2%, volatility is going to start shifting back up along with momentum to the upside, and that will take us likely to that top 38.2%, probably higher. Daily is also coming from a full reset, rejecting the bearish control. Now we're back at the neutral zone, while volatility is literally at 0%. So right now, whichever way momentum breaks is where we're going to get volatility to the that direction. And we are slightly over that median. Right now, the median is over $38.69. If we get a close over that daily median, that would take us back towards somewhere, because we have 0% volatility. We can't target just this 38.2%. We'd have to target somewhere around the 78.6, which right now is at about like $45.90, $46. And this is going to be the area where we're coming back towards that last major lower high. Where if we can get a closure over this area, we're probably going to break this
these highs here and go somewhere towards like $55, maybe $58. Just because of the psychological number, I would say 60, but we'd have to wait for a close over $47.02 on the daily. 4 hours also giving us a very nice bounce right at the bottom of 38.2%. While momentum is shifting back up, we're rejecting bearish control. And as of this moment, volatility is still going down, and it's at 12.66%. In the next 1 or 2 closures, this volatility is probably going to drop down to 0% like it did right here, and here, and here. So whichever way momentum goes, if it's able to break this neutral zone, you will get volatility expansion to the upside, and that likely takes us towards the 50s. But if he loses 38.2%, $37.66, $37.66, then you will get volatility expansion to the downside. And then this 100 EMA probably doesn't hold. You probably go down a little bit lower towards the 88.3 because volatility is coming from pretty low levels. That would be about like $34. It all depends on holding that 37.66 area.
When did we last chart this? It's crazy, the chart that I have.
There's been a minute, I think. People are going to be like, only 1 minute?
Yeah. Wow. No wonder why it's so current. It actually, like, it looks like we just charted it.
All right, so the monthly RSI is actually kind of worrying because we have significantly higher highs on the RSI than we did like, in all of these areas. But price action is making a lower high. So if we do close below about, what is this, $23.50, that would be massive hidden bearish divergence. We probably break these lows. We probably go a lot lower than $10. Let's see if I can draw a number. Jeez, that's a negative number. Never mind.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here.
They're going to pay you $99 to hold every single lemonade. Nothing on that one. Nothing on this one. All we're really seeing is volatility contraction after multiple periods of 100%, but no divergences yet. Daily is only one with a divergence, where daily has confirmed a hidden bearish divergence. We have hit the bullish control zone, so and we're getting volatility, sort of getting volatility expansion. We haven't confirmed it yet because we're still below the moving average. If we do get volatility expansion confirmed with the hidden bearish divergence, then we would have to target the critical zone. And right, this number is not very relevant right now because it's going to change in 2.5 hours. But right now it's at $8.19. It's going to shift up a lot. Right now it's at $8.19. So if it does hit the critical zone in the next 2.5 hours, then it's $8. While 4 hours put in multiple drivers for hidden bearish divergence. We're still getting volatility contraction on the 4 hour though. So you can't really get too wild with that hidden bearish divergence. You just have to wait for volatility expansion to then get a target of somewhere around like the 200 SMA, which right now is at about like $26, $27. You just need volatility expansion to confirm that, because as long as volatility is contracting, you probably will not go down to the 200 SMA. Maybe you sweep these lows, come back down to the 100 because we have not exactly tapped the 100 yet. That'd be about somewhere around $36. But that's assuming volatility keeps contracting while the price is moving down.
That's around where the EMA 55 is on the daily too.
Tomorrow we get yearly closures on basically everything.
I know, I'm so excited. It's really nerdy.
Imagine telling people, "Oh, I can't wait for the yearly closure candle."
I told Belen that yesterday, sadly, and she goes, she goes, "What a great story! Tell me more." I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna fuck off."
It's. I'm glad you said that. Let me explain it to you even further. Monthly right now is kind of high on volatility. Moving average still has not even close to catching up. It's only 50%, kind of close to half of what the volatility is at. While momentum is still pointing to the upside, and we're within the bullish control zone. We're about to break into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above 33, 36. 2 week is about to start contracting. We still haven't dropped below the moving average yet, so it can't be confirmed as contraction just yet. But this is probably just a formality because this looks like it's going to contract on this next 2 week open in 4 days and 3 hours. While momentum is starting to shift down, if we're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointing down as long as we're below $42.52. Weekly is already confirmed volatility contraction. We're deviating the critical zone, and we're pointing down as long as we're below $51.45. Same thing with the 5 day. We're pointing down as long as we're below $50.11. Those are some pretty high pivots. That's not good to see. 2 day is contracting, pointed down as long as we're below 47.19. Daily is starting to flip back up. It has not really confirmed expansion yet on volatility, but it's getting pretty close. In this next maybe 1 or 2 day periods, as long as it's projecting about $44.31, we likely will confirm volatility expansion to the downside, and we are pointed down as long as we're below $39.74. And the 4 hours about to freshly flip back down. While we're about to get volatility expansion, we just gotta wait for the 4 hour close to be above the moving average. That'll confirm it. But and we're gonna be pointing down as long as we're below $41.18. What's a very bad signal is that it's flipping back down and it's rejecting the bullish control. So it's gonna, like, if it does reject the bullish control on this 4 hour close, it's likely, because every single time before we rejected the critical zone, this time around it's likely to make it into the critical zone. And once it gets here into the critical zone, you're probably gonna see a pretty decent move to the downside, probably towards this 200 SMA, which is around also $26. So basically, the only really time frame that's kind of bullish right now are the really high macro ones, like the monthly.
The monthly,
where the momentum is still pointing to the upside, like by a good amount. If it was a crypto, that'd be nothing. Like, it'd be a sneeze for it to drop $5 by the monthly close. But it's a traditional stock. It's an insurance company. You don't really see them move down that much. And I'm saying that while it's dumped basically like 90%. So it'll come back to bite me. But as of right now, it is still pointing to the upside on the monthly. If you go a little bit down though, momentum is shifting towards the downside. You do have possible drives of hidden bearish divergence because you are making lower highs technically on the macro. And if you go a little bit lower than that, the degenerate time frames, momentum is flipping down while volatility is flipping up, which is absolutely not what the bulls want to see. If they do confirm those hidden bearish divergences, this rally is probably over. We're probably going to break $10. But if the hidden bearish divergence doesn't confirm though, the opposite is going to happen, and it probably is going to go back to retest the previous lower highs, which is somewhere around like right now and about like $70, $77. That's assuming that the divergences don't confirm. If the divergences confirm, then this is going to break $10, and we're all poor again.
I think just a simple way of looking at this, just based on what you just said, is this is the daily, right? So this is your high right here. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high.
Yep.
Lower
Trend
low,
is your friend.
lower
Trend
low,
is your friend until the end.
lower low. So what I'm saying is, you take out 36.97, this is just going to continue to go down, right? Like it should. Like,
Yep.
it shouldn't like require more than that. This is a stock. This is not crypto. So when I look at this, I think your next bet area would be the 32 area, right? But
Yeah.
and that is before we figure out if this is going to stop or continue, because it doesn't look that good.
Yeah, and then you would confirm that hidden bearish divergence on the monthly.
Got it. And then there's a gap at 29.2, and there's more gaps right here at 25, and more gaps down here at 19. Interesting. All righty. Well, boys,
why is that bearish divergence so hidden? Is it shy?
it's a shy bearish divergence. Anything else you boys want to add before you run?
No, I always appreciate it. Oh, I'm looking forward to the next one, honestly, to see where Bitcoin's at.
Likewise, we're going to do this on
Yeah.
Friday. Obviously, we're not going to do the first. Everyone's going to be annihilated in this chat, just so you guys know. And also, take a vacation, people. Just one day, you know, it's Christmas, didn't do it. New Year's, it's literally the first of the month. I'm not waking up with a hangover and doing this, and shouldn't you? And you shouldn't either.
Yeah. Just sign off and smoke a blunt.
There you
That's
go.
right. That's what I'm going to do right now. Anything else you boys want to add, or you Gucci?
Man,
All
it's
good.
culture.
Happy New Year, motherfuckers.
Happy
Let's
New
see how
Year.
these, let's see how these candles close. Thank you so much for everything. I'll see you guys on Friday. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tenemos acá, estamos viendo Lemonade. Impresionante, honestamente, lo que ha hecho. No me acuerdo cuándo hicimos estos dibujos en Lemonade, pero honestamente nos salió al pie de la letra. Esta es una tabla semanal. Podemos ver que Lemonade claramente hizo un fondo con este doble fondo y tuvo su reversión hasta acá. Pero cuando lo empezamos a ver ya acá está literalmente en mega extremos y la volatilidad está bajando. Esto es en la semanal. Ahora, vamos a poner la mensual rápidamente y creo que también vemos la mensual. Venimos de extremos si le gusta estar en extremos, pero esto parece que ya está cocinado o que le queda muy poco, que es bastante interesante viéndolo en este tipo de time frames tan altos. Podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está justamente en los 27 y el 21 está en los 24. Estamos por encima de esto. Esto se ve bastante, normalmente yo diría que se ve bien, pero este velazo para abajo me empieza a mí a causar cuestiones de duda. Porque al principio cuando vi el gráfico se veía muy bien, sobre todo acá también aguantando el 9, pero acá empezamos a contar ya otra historia. Y más que en el semanal, podemos ver que esta línea, por alguna razón que está acá, es confluencia potente en $32. Tenemos ahí el SMA del 200, tenemos también ahí nuestro 21 y esa confluencia que existe en esta zona me dice que probablemente vayamos ahí. Si es que llegamos a ir a esta zona por todos los índices de volatilidad y momentum, viendo que el momentum está apuntando para abajo en todas las temporalidades bajas, menos en la mensual, todas las demás se ven, hay divergencias ocultas bajistas que son continuaciones. Esto es lo que me preocupa. Cuando lo pongo en la diaria y empiezo a analizar justamente esto. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos este tope, tenemos este alto más bajo, tenemos este alto más bajo, tenemos este alto más bajo, tenemos este alto más bajo. Y del otro lado tenemos este bajo más bajo y este bajo más bajo. Acá estamos a nada. Ahora sí que yo creo que es bastante sencillo el trade en esto para ver si va a continuar para arriba o no. Tenemos que cerrar por encima de $40. Cerrando por encima de $40, lo que vamos a buscar es ir a romper estos 46. Si en esta zona, en los 46, no hacemos nada, y si es que se llega a dar este escenario, esto simplemente es un alto más bajo y va a haber continuación a la baja. Pero, del otro lado, ¿cómo sabemos si esto ya valió Berta y va para abajo? Pones acá, sencillamente, donde estás en los 36.94, una línea, y si llegamos a crear un nuevo bajo, porque recuerda, esto no es cripto, estos son acciones. Si llegas a crear un nuevo bajo, esta tendencia es claramente bajista. Ahí pueden ver perfectamente la bandera. Ahora, esto no es una bandera bajista, esto es una bandera alcista por de dónde viene. Pero por simplemente dónde está toda la volatilidad y dónde está el momentum, etcétera. Y usando el HPDR me da toda la confluencia del planeta en esto, vean, con mis líneas tontas. Pueden ver, la media del HPDR literalmente está en la línea meme esta, que de nuevo no sé de dónde la saqué. El 83% está justamente en 50, lo que me dice que no vamos a superar estos altos. Y la parte baja, el 38%, está en 36.52, lo que barre los mínimos. Entonces, si vamos a recargarnos en ello, en el 55, estamos creando un nuevo mínimo. Y cuando nos acercamos, pongamos la de 8 horas rápidamente, ahí está, más confluencia que probablemente vayamos a visitar esta zona. Porque venimos de extremos acá. Literalmente tocamos el 100% del HPDR en noviembre, el 21 de noviembre, hace un mes y 10 días. Y ahora, en temporalidades cortas, estamos en la de 4 horas acá. Tenemos básicamente el 9 bajando el 55, nuestro 21 está en 41, estamos muy por debajo de la media, habíamos sido rechazados en esta vela y eso nos pone literalmente acá, si el 38.2 no aguanta, nos va a llevar al 61.8%, que es donde está el EMA 100, y eso nos llevaría a esto al 35. Y de nuevo, todo eso para que te acabo de enseñar y decir solamente para traerte a lo mismo, a lo básico, a lo más básico de todo lo que hablamos siempre. Y puede que esto aguante y simplemente estés haciendo un macro de estos, ¿no? Uno, antes de continuar subiendo y subiendo. No habría problema, pero el hecho de que haya tantas divergencias ocultas bajistas en todas las temporalidades, menos en la grande, y parecer que en la de un mes, en la tabla mensual, este movimiento esté a punto de acabarse, no me da cara de que esto vaya a buscar un nuevo alto, sino que esto pudo haber sido el alto o está muy cerca de. Y es un punto crítico para el precio, este rechazo en los 49, porque pueden ver, esto fue el IPO, lo defendió, lo subió y de acá explotó, y una vez que cayó de esto, tuviste nuevos mínimos históricos. Así que esta zona es muy importante en los 50-67, pero por ahora tiene cara que va a ir a buscar esto, un rebote en estos promedios, y eso se podría subir hasta el 32. Esta vela va a cerrar de un mes en un día y 3 horas, como todas las demás. Y pues así lo ven. Literalmente yo lo pondría en la diaria, y en la diaria simplemente no barrer este mínimo. Si es que soy alcista. Si barre este mínimo, adiós. Ahorita pensar en un long no es correcto, y tampoco en un short. No estás en una zona donde tiene sentido. Simplemente es paciencia. Paciencia, 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 a ver qué se da. Porque si llega a romper esto, vas a tener mejores oportunidades, pero en temporalidades altas, una vez más. Esto no pinta tan bien. Déjame ver la trimestral antes de irme. Reajustar la trimestral, exactamente. O sea, la trimestral es la primera vez que estamos por encima del 9. Eso es lo único que me daría esperanzas, pero también la volatilidad está contrayendo. Entonces, no me da absolutamente nada de buena espina esto todavía. En la de 6 meses estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, que está justamente en 43.79. Sí, yo diría que tu truco de todo esto está justamente en la diaria. No barrer este mínimo, barres este mínimo y a ver dónde puedes tocar fondo, buscar a ver dónde va a haber un setup de volatilidad que nos dice que esto se está revirtiendo, pero por ahora parece que el tope local en 53.80 va a estar cabrón moverlo. Tenemos que, si somos alcistas, que aguante esto sería muy bueno, y que vaya a barrer este alto, no este, en los 46.94. Ahí voltearía a ver la tabla una vez más y diría, ok, acá tal vez esto me empieza a dar la confianza de que el movimiento a más largo plazo sí va a ser alcista, pero por ahora puede que esto haya sido todo antes de irse para abajo hasta probar el 21 una vez más, que también coincide con esta zona, y esta zona la pondría así, padre. Ahí, justamente. Y aparte hay bastantes gaps en toda esta zona, así que atentos, atentos, atentos. Y con eso me despido. Feliz año a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente 2024, cabrones, y que tengan un mejor 2025. Hagan todo lo que se les hinchen las bolas, todos sus sueños, persigan todo lo que se les ocurra, porque a fin de cuentas todos creamos nuestra propia realidad. Somos ese tipo de mamíferos extraños. Así que está en tus manos hacer lo que gustes. Te mando un abrazote, cuídate mucho y muchísimas gracias una vez más por estar aquí con nosotros en el Casino del Tío Salo este 2024 y empezarlo con todo este 2025. No va a haber casino el miércoles, el 1 de enero, lo siento, mañana es 31, la peda, la cruda, el 30, nadie se va a parar, y regresamos el viernes con todos ustedes para poder darle con todo, y ahora sí, regresando a nuestro horario habitual. Un abrazo, pórtense bien y nos vemos pronto. Gracias.